lights are bright, champagne popping under the neon lights. Slowly shining gold and white, laughter louder than the city's heights. Let's step on the dance floor, wind your waist, bend down low. Night out to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. There's a heat, but we bring the rain. Palm wine vibes in a champagne lane. Jollof aroma drives me insane. Culture's a wave you can't contain. Raise your hands if you feel alive. Heartbeat matching the drum's drive. Boy, I step on the dance floor, wind your waist, bend down low. I drive to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. Dollars flying, catch a dream. Vegas night's a movie scene. From Lagos hustle till the strips gleam. This wedding's a vibe like you've never seen. Boy, I step on the dance floor, wind your waist, bend down low. I jump to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow.
All right. Welcome everybody. How you doing? It's a fantastic Tuesday. Today is actually the 9th of September 2025, and it's another fantastic day. All right, I don't know what you're doing, but as usual, I came about this on social media, and I just wanted to ask for your opinions. All right. So Tiwa Savage is trending again, and this time around, I wouldn't say she's trending for the right reasons, but I think she's trending for the right of reply. So there's this guy, I've forgotten his name now, something Najashimadu. He's a Yoruba content creator, and dude called out Tiwa Savage in one of his rants. He claimed that Tiwa Savage isn't doing enough to uplift the female in the music industry. Right. So I kind of thought about it, and I started asking, what exactly is this brother trying to talk about here? And I just discarded it like, it's one of those things. He's just trying to trend. Then Tosi made a video about it. Tosi ran a commentary, and she sent that commentary to me yesterday for publishing. But due to some technical glitch, I just let it go. I'm like, all right, we have to dig further into what was actually going on. But I don't want to bore you. The video of that guy, the Najashimadu guy, that video is in Yoruba language. So even if I play the video, majority of our real fam wouldn't grasp what he was saying. But the summary of his video is that Tiwa Savage is not helping the female artists in the entertainment industry. And he went ahead and asked a question that what will be Tiwa Savage legacy? That now that she got all the attention, performing everywhere, the ovation is super loud. What would be her legacy? So the brother also emphasized that Tiwa Savage male counterparts are grooming, mentoring, and promoting younger male artists, but for Tiwa, there is nothing to show. So I guess that actually got to Tiwa Savage, and Tiwa Savage took her time to call out the brother. Here is Tiwa Savage response to the incident. Please take a listen.
A successful woman. I have to respect you because you look older, but Sir, are you okay? Are you normal? About jùgbẹ́ mọ́ yín ni sir. Àbí wèrè ń jẹun lórí yín ni sir. I have to go. I have a plane to catch. I'll see you in New York. Wait. Wait, guys, I had to come outside. I'm at the airport and my team are with me, so I had to tell them that I'm trying to make a phone call because they will not allow me to do this video. But I hear there's one useless man that's talking reckless on social media, setting ring lights for a successful woman. I have to respect you because you look older.
Mhm.
But sir, are you okay? Are you normal? About jùgbẹ́ mọ́ yín ni sir. Àbí wèrè ń jẹun lórí yín ni sir. I have to go. I have a plane to catch. I'll see you in New York.
All right.
Wait.
All right. So that was Tiwa Savage. Even Tiwa did not call out the brother's name, but I guess people who follow happenings in the Yoruba entertainment aspect of the industry, they knew exactly who Tiwa Savage was replying to. Yes, Sister Yinka, the video is directed to Najashi Madun. Hey, Tosin, what's the name of that man again? Can you send the video of that man to me, Tosin? Maybe if I play it, some people can go there to check it out. So, Najashi Madun, I think that's the name now. Tosin, let me know if that's the name. So, Najashi Madun, yes. All right, thank you, Tosin. So the man is a social media commentator like Bushi. He jumps on every topic and give his 2 cents. So that man made a video and he called out Tiwa Savage, and his bone of contention was that Tiwa Savage would have no legacy after her reign is over. That Tiwa Savage is not supporting female artists. So I think it got to Tiwa Savage. Yes, I can say that. I think that actually got to Tiwa Savage, and Tiwa responded with this video. So that tells me the man is actually right to some extent. All right. So that tells me the man has a point. He's right to some extent because Tiwa usually don't respond to trolls, but this particular one, she responded. And she's shading the man the Yoruba way. Imagine insulting somebody and you are still calling the person sir. Are you okay, sir? Abonjugbemo sir. That was crazy, yo. So that is just it. But in my case, however, I started thinking about it, and something came to mind when I considered the history of Tiwa Savage, the fact that she was married before she became famous, and then after the fame, the more her popularity grew, the more struggles she had in her marriage. And that eventually led to she and her husband, they got separated, and I think they are officially divorced now. Now, Tiwa Savage is not the only one that have this same issue when it comes to managing fame and relationship. Here are some of African famous celebrities, female celebrities, who also um, got issues in their relationship as a result of the fame they acquired. So Toto Dike is on top of the list, and then we have Zaria Hassan from Uganda slash Tanzania. We also have Juliet Ibrahim, Funke Akindele, Toke Makinwa, of course, and then Tiwa Savage. These are probably just like just a few. The list is very, very long. So I started thinking about it, and I'm like, does it mean that women don't anticipate that in their journey they might somehow become famous? It has this is not just limited to the entertainment industry alone. In all aspects of life, in every career, the tendency is that as you climb higher, you are going to become popular, and there's going to be attention as well as public scrutiny on you. So, as a woman, do you think about it like, all right, now as I'm beginning my journey, one day I'm going to become this big, famous, rich, successful woman? When that time comes, how am I going to handle my relationship? How do I carry my partner along so that I can manage both? Don't get me wrong, the list when it comes to men, the list is even like times three of that of female list of people who fame and wealth ruin their relationship. So it's just a question that I've always wanted to ask. So if you want to help me out with this, you are free to hop in and drop your 2 cents. But I'm just asking, how can women manage fame and relationship? I know we may want to say, okay, how about the men? What about, yes, we get it. The men are not better. They are even worse. But let's just examine this from a female perspective. What can they do to hold down their committed relationship and at the same time continue to thrive in their field? That is the question I'm asking. Now, if we move away from entertainment industry, Tiwa Savage and all of that, the same happens when people travel. We have countless relationship basketballs that got to do with women who maybe their husband brought to the Western world, and as soon as they started making money, all of a sudden they can't hold down their home. And oh, thank you, Abby is here already. And on that note, I want to play this short video from Dr. Zoe. Shout out to Dr. Adama. Dr. Adama shared this in the backstage, and as I was thinking about, okay, if I'm gonna do a show today, what should I talk about? Then I saw this video shared by Dr. Adama, so I'm gonna play the video and then we can take both at the same time. So in Dr. Zoe's video, Dr. Zoe is of the opinion that there is something fundamentally wrong with our women, especially African women, that when they travel and they relocated to abroad, as soon as they started making money, they become something else. It now become harder for them to manage that, I won't call it fame, that success. It becomes harder for women to manage success and at the same time manage their home, which, if we have to bring it down, it all boils down to how do you become a successful woman and you carry your man along. So that is the conversation. But let's quickly listen to Dr. Zoe's point of view. Here we go.
What happens to ladies in this our abroad? We say when they touch money, small money, they don't change. I'm telling you, I can say that openly. I know say they will jump into this comment section, they talk and they wait on.
Of course they will.
Go through all the comments, block, delete. But I must say it. I don't know what happens to you people when you make small money, or more big money, whatever. You don't change. You don't change completely from person one. No. You could begin treat your husband anyhow. You could remember what he didn't do you 30 years ago. Just you and your colleagues, everybody kata fight, court. You carry people go lawyer, carry people go their professional, but just they do anyhow on top say small money enter your hand. Even say the church where you be the leader before you be church leader, you don't even go to church again. Not be every woman. No. I don't see some lovely ladies here. I don't see some lovely ladies. But as I'm telling you the truth, as an elder in this on this platform, what I'm saying is more than majority. It's even more difficult. It's human. We don't hold the small people to the behave. Then they see them. But majority, I don't be shameful now. I'm telling you, just there's enough lane for everybody. We go just the jollof, they make our coin. Nobody go here. It is now. It is this African woman. It is now make money pass the Indians where they are. I be the all these Chinese women. It is now make money pass. But you no go ever hear pain from their community. Our own now. If court today lawyer, you don't go through all the African lawyers where they this time. On top say you hold small pepper. Make all of us wrong comment for you for this Canada. On top of what? Think, listen to my video, think. As I say, I dey wait for the comments. As we talk.
All right. That is Dr. Zoe all the way from Canada. First off, please, real fam, help me appreciate my brother Chucky. Chucky just the true way money left, right, and center. Baba, thank you. We appreciate you so much. God bless you,
I
Chucky.
wonder why, Uncle
Thank you.
Ben. I wonder why.
You wonder why Chucky they throw money?
I think he's trying to bribe the sisters because of that interview. I have
No,
a feeling
no.
it's a
Chucky,
bit too often these days. Something is up.
no. Chucky is just showing us that Odogun na Odogun. Abi don't start to.
Trying
Don't
to
come to
shut
my
us up.
brother.
We will not be bribed. And if
Abi,
anything, drop 2 million
Abi,
pounds. Why are you
Abi,
dropping £2? Drop 2 million
Abi.
pounds so that I will know that you are ready. You are ready.
Abi, you know if match Chucky, oh. May we just chill, okay?
I don't want to
Thank
match
you,
him.
Chucky.
Chucky
God
is my
bless
big
you.
uncle. Why will I match him? There's no comparison there. There's
Okay.
no comparison there.
Okay. All right, let's get into this conversation. Thank you, Happy, for hanging out with me. I don't want this to turn to Baz Bros. I do know that um the way I worded it, the way my narrative is going, it will sounds like people are coming for women, but no. At times we've been talking about men for way too long. Let's also put the searchlight on women for a minute. Shout out to you, my beautiful sister Marriott, Cece. I see you. Cece. Uncle Patrick, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, Uncle Patrick. All right. Who else we got in the building? Comfort Adagri. Sister Ushe. Welcome, my beautiful sister. My Choki, thank you very much. All right. Let's Sister Labelle. I think I saw Sister Labelle here earlier. Sister Labelle, you're welcome. Oh. Sister Yinkus. Thank you. All right. Let's quickly address this, Abby. First off, Tiwa Savage. What's your take on Tiwa Savage lack of mentoring?
Uncle Ben,
She,
this is a setup because you already saw that was hot on the backstage. Uncle Ben,
yeah,
who said that she doesn't have mentees?
mentioned at least five.
I know two.
Okay.
Arasta and Amare. I think that's how you pronounce her name.
Oh, you mean is Tiwa Savage the one that signed Ira Star and mentored her?
Signing and mentorship are not the same thing, Uncle Ben. That is where you guys
Okay.
are starting this whole thing, getting it
Okay.
wrong from. She hasn't signed anybody,
All right. So
but she
that
has
means she
proteges.
she no get anybody where she fit claim say I signed this one, no, I spent my money on this one, no, this girl I cleaned that up, I brought her to limelight and all of that. So in a nutshell, when it comes to contract, zero, she no sign anybody.
Yes,
Okay, let's moving on. Mentoring.
I just gave you two that I know of. I'm sure there's others that we don't know of, but I know of these two.
What if I say the fame that Ayastar got is actually coming from Marvin's record. That most of the credit can actually go to Don Jazzy.
It's not about fame, Uncle Ben. Let me explain something to you. And I think this is my issue with this whole thing because it's not the first time that we've heard this about Tiwa Savage. Everything that Arasta is doing today, Tiwa Savage walked so that Arasta can run. I don't think people understand. Tiwa Savage is first lady of this Maven record that you're talking about. Before she moved to Z Universal or Sony, she's the first lady of Maven when Maven was still, what was Maven's former name? It's Don Jazzy again.
Mhm.
Mohits, yes, Mohits
Yeah,
record.
Mohit. Mhm.
When Maven was Mohits, when he started, this was the first lady, Tiwa Savage. She walked so that people like Arasta can run. I remember back in the day when Tiwa Savage wore all of this as skimpy clothes, not even nearly as skimpy as Arasta. She would get dragged. It's not in our culture. This is someone that has just moved back to Nigeria and she's trying to bring something fresh from Hollywood to the Nigerian scene. They kept dragging her, dragging her. Did she listen? No. Uncle Ben, every day these women are coming to tell us. Omo has told us the same thing. Looking for my journey, what's her name? Yemi Alade has told us the same thing. Women are going through so much in this industry. They are often maligned, not giving what they are worth. And somehow they are hardly giving their flowers. The next conversation is who have they signed? Now, I asked you in the backstage, I gave you a list of artists, right? I gave you your big three. I asked you how many artists have they signed? And the ones that they have signed, where are they today? Not everybody has to go into the business of music, Uncle Ben. It is okay to be there as a mentor. Push people in your capacity. A lot of your artists that have signed artists, their artists are nowhere to be found. Davido, where is artist? The only artist that Davido signs artists like every other year. The only artist that has done something good is Mayoko. Where is Mayoko today? When's the last time that Mayoko had a hit record? Every other Davido's artist, nonsense. The two girls that he signed in the last 2 years, where are they? Morave and the other one, Lima, Bilisa, whatever her name is. Where are they? Because the music business is tough. There's only a few people that are doing what you're doing.
Okay.
Maybe and the rest. Burna Boy, the only person that is somewhat successful with Burna Boy is maybe Benson. That's Buju, aka Benson, how it's pronounced. And even then, like his own genre is very, very limited. There's a very high chance that he's not going to stay on the market for a very long time because of his genre. That's about
Okay.
it.
Okay, Abby, I get your point, and you are 100% right. But here is my first pushback. It sounds like when you said, "Oh, the women are maligned," it's like you are saying the industry is engineered to work against the ladies. Is that
Yeah.
your point?
Yes, you need to. I'm going to refer everybody on this live stream to go and watch the latest episode of Gbemi and Tools. They actually speak about this in detail. Gbemi and Tools, they have a podcast. You can find it on YouTube. They speak about this in detail because they have been on air personalities for a very long time. Gbemi's husband is Fauzi's manager as well. So she has a lot of this insight to the industry about what women go through. Once you turn 30, once you have babies, once you get pregnant or get married, a lot of time HR calls you in to ask you what's up. You're no longer good for this business. Everybody knows this. So even brings us to the main topic that you're talking about with this marriage thing, Uncle Ben. Women, that industry is already tough. Being married, I mean, even in 9 to 5, being married is tough. Imagine that sort of industry where every minute people are seeing you in the spotlights. It's not the same for women, Uncle Ben.
Okay, we're gonna come back to that, but Uncle Patrick is in the studio, and I know Uncle Patrick might be busy too. I just want to hear from Uncle Patrick before we take it to the next level. Uncle Patrick, sir, you're welcome. Please, we have just 8 likes. Don't do me like this, real fam. Let's get the likes to 20 real quick, please. Just hit on the like, please. I know the conversation is juicy, but we have to do our own part first as real fam. So, Uncle Patrick, what's your
Hey,
take, sir? Good afternoon. Good morning, sir. Oh, it's
Uncle,
afternoon. Good afternoon, Uncle Patrick.
Uncle Ben, I
Yes,
know the
sir.
real farm. I truly salute you.
Yes, sir. Shout
I
out to
just
my sister, Film Girl. Film Girl, this one where you free today. Be like say, I go break coconut to. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to talk about what what's his name?
Dr. Zoe.
Dr. Zoe said,
No.
which is very important. Most ladies are like that. Uncle Ben, you have to look at where they are coming from. I mean, as in their family.
Mm-hmm.
At least we are all in this doing both together. And most of them, when they bring their parents, through their parents, you can evaluate them, where they are, how they were brought up, the kind of parent that brought them up.
Mm-hmm.
A typical example is Otedola's daughter that just wedded. The father is free to talk to her. That's the way they were brought up. And immediately, she changed her last name. You can correlate that. Look at the way the wedding went. Look at the relationship the man had with the daughter. And look at the boldness the father was able to say publicly, say, your husband is your boss. Because that is the way they were brought up. Some women, maybe their mom was a domineering mom. That's the way they were brought up. You never say, Dad, sit down there. The mother is the boss at home. So if a woman should come abroad, not even coming abroad, maybe she got fame, she got success, that will enter into her head. Have you seen this woman, Alakija, preaching? Even though she's a multi-millionaire and advising young couples how they will treat their husband, even though you are the provider, you want to give money to your husband, you can put it on the bed so that the husband can in turn give to the children. But some women, it is their mother that tell what's going to happen at home. Lord it over their father. So the way they are brought up really matter. So I'm going to appeal to our parents. Take care of your children. Show them what is necessary to be done, to be human, how to be respectful. Teach them value. Yes. I'm going to see refer to the last wedding. The man too may have regretted what he did to the wife, that they were not married, and he doesn't want the same thing to happen to the children. So it goes a long way for the man to come out boldly and say such word.
Your husband is your boss.
Yes.
Oh, Uncle Patrick, may you live long. Because
Yes.
you know what actually happened, sir? I just started compiling some research materials that I just dug into relating to Femi Otedola, because I didn't know that that sister Nola was the wife Nana. I didn't know they weren't together. It was after the wedding I saw a comment on social media where somebody said even though him and the wife are not together, he still give the wife a lot of credit. And then that's when I went back and searched and discovered that, oh, I think they were actually separated or divorced or something. So it was like
Yeah.
have rocky relationship. So I'm like, this is worth looking into. So thank you for connecting it again, Uncle Patrick. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So the way especially a girl comes from goes a long way. Uncle Ben, it's for you too. What to tell your girl? My daughter in university, my last baby, did something that was the thing that we even forgot. She did it on our behalf. Everybody was shocked. Say, wow. At 18, this girl has really grown because she knew the value of what we do, the value, what we take as value at home. My wife, we were shocked. We just said, this girl has become a grown, because you are their role model. If your mom or your mom is only after money, how to take money from dad and make sure where this man must pay for it. No, your children are going to do the same. It goes a long way. All those little things, you are injecting something in our daughters. and our son as well. So we must be very careful, Uncle Ben. Yes.
You're
Go
right.
back and look at where those girls are coming from. They hold on to things and say, well, I don't care. You must suffer. Even though I have I have billions, I will not help you. It's your responsibility, and until the man buy, no.
Yeah.
So God help us in Jesus' name. Thank you, Uncle Ben.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Uncle Patrick. Ekpe fun wa, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please let's get the likes up real quick first. How many likes do we have now? Okay. We have 12 likes. Um, Real fam, I've explained this thing before. The reason we are a family is because we are doing this together. It's not just Uncle Beno, it's Uncle Beno and the real fam. So please, when you come like that, one of the things you should do as your own part is to hit the like. So when you hit the like, then the algorithm will bring other people into the conversation. All right. I see my sister Film Girl is in the studio for the first time. Film Girl, what happened? You not gonna make money today. My sister always they pursue money. Film girl, you are muted. Please unmute yourself. How are you doing? Hello, mama. Oh, we can't hear you. What's going on? Hey, today we film girl enter studio. I no can hear them. I need to do 7 days fasting and prayer. Oh yes. Film girl, I think it's your audio. Please, once the audio is fixed, just let me know. Or let me share the link again. You can go out and come back in again. I really want to hear your take on this matter with the hot like this. Okay, yeah, she's back. Hey, film girl, you're back. How you doing, my sister?
I'm good. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, my lovely sister. What's
Okay.
going on? No
Yeah.
hustle today because I know say you like money.
No,
What
it's not that. Remember, I told you I started school, so I'm doing full-time school, full-time work. So it's crazy for me.
Hey,
So most times
yeah.
I'm studying. But today I was just leaving my last class, and I just saw you like can him just stay. And then you guys now talked about this topic that is always making my blood just boil. So
May your blood no boil, oh.
no. See, but Uncle Beno,
Yeah.
everybody has spoken well. Brother Patrick has spoken, but Dr. Zoe has spoken. Everybody, even Todela, they say all the right things, but always from a one-way perspective. And the way they say it, is not always painting a holistic picture. Oh, these
Mm-hmm.
women are changing. Oh, these women are doing this. These women are doing that. Always victim blaming the women all the time. Is always looking for one perspective. Oh, the women are supposed to be this, the women are supposed to be that, right? I have a lot of thoughts. My thoughts are everywhere, but I'm happy I'm able to say it today because I even wrote it on Auntie B's show that even you, Uncle Beno, said it. When they say submission in African society, it does not mean the submission that we know in Christendom or submission that we know in America. Submission means subjugation in African society. That means pressing your wife's neck until she is so oppressed that she doesn't have a choice but to do what you are asked her to do. She cannot talk back, and she's giving you peace. That is what submission means, right? Otedola was right to give his advice to his daughter. That's the right thing to do as a Christian man. Submit to your husband, doctor. That's that. I don't have a problem with that advice, right? But what Dr. Oz is saying is if he's not careful, he has to balance the equation. Because time without time, even on Auntie B show, we have heard many women come and talk about how their husbands maltreated them in this America when they came, when they had no money, when they had no power. Do you understand? A
Yeah.
lot of women were being subjugated by their partners, and when these men are doing these things, they don't see it as anything, if it's normal. As in, because whenever you come and try to judge a case, you'll be like, I just told her just a small thing. What did I just tell her? But you did not tell us all the verbal abuse, all the things you have been telling her, calling her useless, calling her this or whatever it is, because she didn't have any kind of power, no money or anything, right?
Hmm.
So now, a woman that has been subjugated or abused in some way or the other, the moment she gains some kind of power, that person is going to change. It's normal. It's normal human behavior. Of course, the women that are being loved by their husbands, that are in a loving relationship and they start making money, of course, they're not going to change because they're happy. Do you understand? It's not going
Yeah.
to affect anything. And I keep on reminding my brothers, I say, listen, let's take you as an example. When you came into this country, maybe you don't get pali and everything, they hide. If anybody say anything to you, be Oyibo, whatever you go, you be like, they'll be abusing you or having any kind of maybe RACI reaction to you. What I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to say, you would take it because you are working under the table. You don't want to cause problem. You don't want police to come. Do you understand? But the moment you get your pali, and the same person tries us half of that thing, you give the person fire for fire. You think it's you the man will be telling the boss. You think it's like before? No, I'm a citizen now. You cannot try me. Do you understand me? It's a thing of power dynamics. No human being loves to be enslaved. No human being loves to be subjugated. It's against our human nature. Even the black people of this country, right? All the things they are going through because of what they have been subject to, and they start fighting for equality. Same thing for feminism. They start fighting for equality for women, right? We start fighting for equality, fantastic. But at a point in time, what human beings don't understand is that the trauma of the people that were traumatized before will always come back after they have gotten the equality. And it's happening right now in America. Although the black people have gotten the rights and everything, they are still trauma reacting to what their parents went through. The same with the women. That's why the feminism has gone to toxic feminism right now. And they're taking it away from fighting for equality to whatever they're fighting for. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Is it right? No. But we must understand that this problem, this trauma was not created by those people. Somebody caused it on them. And you must take responsibility for being a creator of that trauma. You cannot say, oh, we didn't do anything, no, this black back with the other. But no, your forefathers did something to these people. You must take responsibility for what your forefathers have done to these women to make them so traumatized that at the point where they now got their freedom, they now took it to the other extreme. They must take responsibility and say, hey, we have done something wrong to some women. Even if it's not by direct whatever, even by looking around us, we have seen many women that have done all the right things to their husband, but somehow this husband paid them back with evil. Do you understand? It's all
Okay.
around us. So
All
I'm like
right.
I said, my thoughts are like everywhere, but I'm not saying that we cannot just always come from that point and they are changing, they are changing. Why are they changing? Auntie B always says it all the time. You cannot put sugar in somebody's mouth and she will spit it out. It's not possible. Women are that are simple. If you are being mean to me as a man, or I sense some kind of abuse from you because I don't have money. The moment I have money, I'm like, okay, I have money now. Even you as a man yourself, if you come into a relationship and you don't have money, woman has money, you'll be like very humble. The moment you get money, you have not arrived. Your real personality will come out. It's
But
okay for men to
um,
show their
film girl,
personality. Why is it not okay for women to be themselves?
film girl, don't you think some women they don't conduct themselves in a way that even if they don't have money, their men can actually respect them prior to them having money? Do you get what I'm saying?
I get your point. Okay, should I respond?
Yeah.
See, on that one, like you say, it's a case by case situation, right?
Hmm.
There are many factors into this thing. We cannot, as others say, we cannot just generalize and put everybody in one bucket. There are many factors. It can be a factor of different kind of people. It can be a factor of you are not really her kind of person, but she just married you because you're getting too old, or she wanted to leave Nigeria, whatever it is, hoping that
Okay.
wait,
Okay.
listen. Hoping that
Film girl.
no, no, wait now, wait. I'm coming somewhere.
All right.
Hoping that in the future she can get to like you, because that is what our mothers advised us then. I've heard this many times. When I married, I didn't love your father. We just married, and with time, I fell in love with him. Do you understand? These are the advice
Mhm.
of all that our aunties have been giving us. A matter of fact, in my culture, we don't even promote love. It's your people that do love. What is love? We don't really do love. It's not this. It's a new generation thing. Igbos don't really talk about love. When it comes to marriage, it's about will he take care of you, his family background, your family, Who's? Do you understand? It's about responsibility, commitment, and loyalty. That's what we talk about. Love is not even mentioned in the equation. Then, as
What
you
I'm
now,
trying see, my sister, what I'm trying to point out based on what you said, that some of these women they married for a reason, and that's automatically puts the marriage in the on a table of transactional relationship.
But
When you
Ben,
married somebody because
mm,
of what that person can offer, as far as I'm concerned, you already made a mistake. So
Uncle
don't
Ben,
expect, oh, he's not treating me right. You saw that you don't really have the attachment to this person. You still went ahead and married that person because he
Uncle
can
Ben,
bring you to abroad or he
wait,
can provide.
wait, let me finish this, the last equation.
Okay.
Everybody, most of our marriages are transactional. Let us not lie to ourselves. People are marrying. The reason why they wanted to go with this person because this person has a family name, or maybe this person is would be a very intelligent mother for my children. The man is, because men are more calculated than women. The reasons that men marry is even more calculated than women. Women are gonna do all this love, 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 love. Some of them anyway. But men are more intentional, and they have things they tick off. Does she have the right religion? Okay. Is she got person my family? Whatever. Yes. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Is she young enough to bear children? Okay. Because he will not go and intentionally can carry a 55-year-old woman because he's thinking of having children. Do you
Okay.
understand? I'm saying to you that there are a lot of people start off transactional in a way, but it doesn't mean that they don't intend to like this person. They might go like, okay, this guy is not bad though, I can we can work it out. And with time, if both of you treat yourselves right, you will get to like each other. That's also a probability. Because remember, most of these guys that do marry from abroad to bring wives here, they have a very short dating period. Most of them they don't know the person for too long, like 6 years. Even if you know the person for 6 years, they're going back and forth. You don't really know the person that much because you're not really in the same vicinity with the person. Like I said,
Okay.
there are many
All right.
reasons why.
Because my theme girl, because we have a lot of people in the studio, and I still want to read some comment in the chat, but I get what you're saying. I just wanted to do that pushback so we can have a balanced conversation. So I see that some people are actually saying, oh, what's the topic? What's the topic? What happened is that we are looking at two issues on today's show. Number one, somebody accused Tiwa Savage of not mentoring any other young ladies, and that what is going to be her legacy. And Tiwa Savage was offended by that. She took to social media to respond to that man. And then, if you look at the history of Tiwa Savage herself, she has acquired fame, popular, and all of that. And then one thing that was notable about Tiwa Savage was she was married before she became famous and this rich, and she lost her husband to that fame. Now, the husband himself might have his own issue going on, but today's focus is just on what women can do when they become famous and wealthy. How can they manage that fame, that success, and at the same time still keep their relationship intact? So that is on one side. On the other side, Dr. Zoe, you all know Dr. Zoe now from Canada. I think in Canada right now, a lot of marriages are crashing up and down. And what the men came down to is that the reason these marriages are crashing is because these women, as soon as they get money, they changed. As soon as they find their footing, they become a different person completely. So somehow the two conversations match together. So when people want to address, they choose what to address. I think Abby addressed that of Tiwa Savage, and Abby actually gave a very valid reason why it happens like that. Uncle Patrick addressed Dr. Zoe. So my sister, film girl, is also addressing that of Dr. Zoe about women coming abroad making money, and then boom, one hand no fit hold una again. So in between the conversation, I now realize from what Uncle Patrick was saying, when we watch Femi Otedola's speech at his daughter's wedding, there was a point where Femi Otedola told the daughter specifically that from now on, your husband is your boss. So when Uncle Patrick was speaking, I now pick up what was really going on. That, oh, people said Femi Otedola and the mother of Temi, they are not together. So
Uncle Ben,
maybe one of the reasons that happened was Femi Otedola was not being recognized as the boss. And that's why he felt that I still need to tell my daughter on our wedding day, say, come, your husband is your boss. And me too, I support. Your husband is your boss.
Uncle Ben, please, I have
But
to say something about this Otedola thing because Uncle Patrick said it. There's nowhere officially, by the way, right?
Mhm.
Femi Otedola is from the same place in Ekpe, but literally neighbors. There's no place from the village anywhere where it has been said that they are separated or divorced. As far as we know, he's married to Nana. Do they have an understanding? I mean, he's a rich man. A lot of times these things are a bit funny. But I don't know where people are getting that from. They are not separated. They are not
Okay.
separated. There's a reason why she's still very, very active and you see them all the time. They are not
But
separated.
all is not well in paradise, according to what
No,
is
Otedola is just a rich man. I don't think all is not well in paradise. Otedola is just a rich man. And a lot of times there's an understanding in this sort of relationship dynamics where a man is very rich. Everybody knows this.
it's still the same thing now. It simply means
Not the
all is
same
not
thing.
well in paradise.
No,
Happy?
there's a difference. Also, I want to say
No,
something.
no.
Sorry, I
I,
want to
I,
say
I-
something about this
let me.
boss
Okay,
thing.
I'll come back to you. Let's hear from Honey Babe real quick. Then we'll go
Hi,
around again.
hi everyone.
Honey
Hi,
Babe.
hi.
we-
I just want to clarify a few things. Uncle B, please do
Okay.
please do your research.
All right.
Tiwa Savage, right? The reason why they're no longer together is because there was allegations of DV and he was on substances.
From who? By who?
That's got nothing to do with her being
Wait,
rich. So,
Honey Babe.
no,
Honey
let me
Babe,
finish
wait.
what I'm saying, and
Where
then
is that coming from first? Who
I watched
said
documentaries on
DV?
it. She talked about it.
That is
Have you
Tiwa
researched?
talking. What did the man
He
say?
he
Oh
spoke
my
about
God.
it too. Now he spoke
He
about
Okay,
spoke
it
now
about it
I
too.
too, and
agree.
the thing is, he acknowledged it and acknowledged her for putting up with it, and they have a good they have a good co-parenting relationship. He was quite,
Okay.
I mean, he didn't go deep, but he acknowledged it, and she mentioned a bit about it. She mentioned it once, and she doesn't talk about it again. But there is quite obvious in between what she said. There was allegations of DV, and he was on something. So I think we need to be careful when we're saying stuff with that to make sure that we're saying the right thing. So I think it's got nothing to do with her being rich and the fact that there was issues in the relationship, nothing to do with money.
You think so?
You know, see documentary that she did.
I don't
Sorry, let
go
me
by
sorry, let me
documentary.
clarify.
When people do documentary,
Yeah,
and
but the
you
thing
see
is,
people come out and
what
say
I'm saying,
Let
Uncle
this
me
is
Ben,
what I
Uncle Ben,
clarify.
got,
if you
honey babe.
listen, if an ex-wife of mine, okay, if an ex-wife goes on a documentary and says certain things, if it wasn't true, I very much guarantee he would sue her, or you would hear they'll be going back and forth. He hasn't done that. He has never said what she said was not true. So make it make sense
Honey
to me why
babe,
you're suddenly assuming that it ain't true.
honey babe, I want to say something about
Please
what
do.
Ben just said. Tiwa did say in this same documentary you're talking about that one of the issues that she had with him, besides all of the abuse and all, mind you, this same thing came up during Annie's case where he came out to talk nonsense and he had to retract. I don't know if you guys remember, and he had to apologize again for being imperfect. One of the issues that Tiwa had with him it was that he promised her so much and couldn't deliver. He overpromised and underdelivered. Mind you, let's not forget that back in the day, he was also Tiwa's manager. So I think there was very much a money issue as well, where he was over promising what he would do for her based off of her career and also provision. And he was not doing any of that stuff. So there was a very big money issue. So in a way, I'm trying to say that maybe we can support UB's points with that a little bit, where it was also a case of I'm getting this fame, I'm getting this money, and everything you promised me, you're not bringing to the table. But there was also the whole case of him womanizing, him being abusive and all. So, but there's also that case that Tiwa mentioned. He was over promising and wasn't able to deliver anything that he promised financially and on her career.
And it's also the case that also there was allegations of, substance abuse. We have to take that as well. So you're given the impression that it's all about money, but it's not. There's a lot of variables as to the reason why her marriage dissolved. And we need to mention that, not just about the money.
Okay, now she saw him the way he was, right? They were together before she became famous. Do we all
He was
agree
her
on that
manager.
point?
Did you not hear what Abby said? He was her manager.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere with this.
So they blew together pretty much with him being the talent manager.
Okay. Everything that becomes the problem in the marriage, she has always seen it right there from the beginning. It's not just overnight thing.
So you're saying to me, in terms of the substance abuse in the DV, you're saying to me that was always been there. Like I said, we're not in a marriage, we don't know. But the assumption you're giving is that the issues he had in terms of him trying to delete himself over a bridge, you're saying that that was always there.
That is not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is this: whoever you are dealing with before fame, this is not just about Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage just become the anchor for today's show. My point is, if you are dating a guy and you go all the way to getting married, you have seen everything about him. If he's doing drugs, then you know he's doing drugs. If he's being aggressive, physically aggressive, you have seen it.
Uncle Ben,
Why
that's
don't
not
you
true.
cut it off?
Can I say
Uncle Ben,
something?
that's not
Can
true.
I sorry, Abby, let me just say something, because I've been in a relationship where I saw certain things and that I ended it based on what I saw, and it was pretty quick. So what I'm saying to you is that, yes, I agree with you, but not everybody's me. And some people, sorry to say, don't see the red flags, and people can hide. People are very clever at hiding their true self. So we need to give people grace in the fact that sometimes in certain conditions, they may not necessarily see the true person that they're dating or in a marriage with. We need to give grace for that, because people can pretend.
Also, can I ask
Okay.
Uncle Ben, do you know the story of Lama Adam and Khloe Kardashian?
Mm-hmm.
Some people come into fame, and that's when these things become their lifestyle. Because guess what? Drugs are now thrown at you, money is now thrown at you, women are now thrown at you. If Lama Adam came from wherever he was from and he did not have this basketball fame, what is different now? You're around cheerleaders that want you. You're going to parties where it's normal for them to pass all of these sort of things. It's different. The way you're saying that Tiwa Savage came into fame and she could have changed, or women that become famous all of a sudden, it's the same way she brought her husband, who was a talent manager, into fame, and it could change as well. Why is that not being addressed? Because now, like we said this before, there's more women in the industry, there's more money for you to even come in buying nonsense. With your brokers before, where you see money to buy coke, now there's money to buy coke. So that's the same way the man could have changed, because he's come into a bit of fame, because he's now a talent manager and Tiwa's husband. Plus, he's actually a good-looking man as well by most people's standards as well. That goes to the gym and all of that stuff. So that's enough for him to also have switched, don't you think?
I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
There's also the case that now, obviously she became famous. He's her manager. You're networking. You start going to clubs. You start hanging around certain people that have certain habits. So what I don't, like I said, from what I'm saying, how he was at the end of the marriage was not necessarily how he was at the beginning. Fame does certain things to you. You're hanging around with certain people. And unfortunately, some people are easily influenced and you end up doing things you shouldn't. That could be the case with her ex-husband.
And then we are still saying the same thing. As a woman, when you become famous and rich, have you thought about your life as a famous and rich woman? That's the point I'm just trying to make.
But Uncle B, you cannot control someone else in the way they behave. So the fact that
you can control what you can do.
I can't do that. To me, you're an adult, and I say this all the time. You have to take accountability for your actions.
No, honey, baby, you're not getting my question.
Doesn't mean because I'm famous, you want me to physically hold back a man from taking coke. I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Honey, babe, you're not getting my point.
What are you saying?
We can't control what people would do when there is fame and money. Yeah. Even remove fame. Fame is not for everybody. Yeah. But money definitely will come around. Okay. You can't control what some people can do when there is money, but you can control what you can do as an individual.
So what was she supposed to have done? Give me an example, because I'm a bit confused about what you're saying.
Okay. All I'm saying is forget about Tiwa Savage right now. She had made her own mistake.
Okay.
I'm talking about young folks coming up now and those who are already in relationship now who have never thought about what their life will look like when they come into money. So you're gonna have to establish those boundaries already before you even get there. I'll give you an example. I was having a conversation one time with, I think my daughter was there. One of my friends was around in the house that day, and I said, "Look, I'm here doing shenanigans on YouTube. If one day this thing click, and all of a sudden I have like 1 million subscribers across platforms, that means more money, more popularity, more fames." So I said, "Did you know I've already worked everything out in my brain? How I'm gonna move, what I'm gonna do, how to carry the people around me along the journey. Even right now, with no fame yet, self, everybody around me already know how to move based on what I'm doing. That's just what I'm saying, using myself as an example. And I think a lot of people know how to do this. I've seen so many successful people who still have fantastic marriages and relationships just because they were able to anticipate what their life would look like when they finally become wealthy and rich. Give a typical example: the $10 wedding we're talking about right now. Take Tosin, for example. I saw that Tosin as somebody who has already seen what his future may look like and how he's gonna move if he's in the circle of billionaires. I don't think Tosin wake up one day and become millionaire. We have heard his story now and everything. So that's just what I'm saying. That when it comes to relationship, when it comes to marriage and all of that, I don't think, is my personal opinion here, I don't think a lot of women ever imagine it that, okay, I'm married to this man. What if this man become famous out of the blues? What if he just do one business deal and boom, money just arrive? How am I going to conduct myself? What will he be doing? What are we going to be doing? And I think this is supposed to be part of the conversation couples should be having. Even
Uncle
when you are
Ben.
still in your two-bedroom apartment, you can just throw it out there. Okay, babe, what if this deal, this project you're working on, if this project hit and maybe we just became like $3 million rich, what are you gonna be doing? Just describe what the life would look like. I just wanted to hear how you think we will be living, because definitely if we have $3 million right now, we're gonna have a different house, different car. We're gonna have different circle of people around us. What are we gonna do? This is just what I think people should be discussing in their relationship. So that's just where I'm coming from.
Uncle Ben, I get what you're saying, and I know for myself, I've said this a lot of times. There has to be communication. Normally, when people get rich, they have a dream. You know, you hear about the Dysons, you hear about the people that obviously founded Amazon. They had a dream. Their girlfriends, their wives, they were talking about it. They were seeing their husband in the garage working day after day, trying to, when it comes to Dyson or for Amazon. So it's something that you see and you're constantly communicating. So for me, it's a no-brainer that you would have those conversations about what's going to happen when you actually get the final investment. And the next thing you know, your company goes global. You will be having those conversations anyway. Because for me, I find it kind of interesting that you're saying, you know, what would you do if you blew? You're
Yep.
having conversations with your partner all the time. You're doing what you're doing. You're hustling. You're on YouTube. You're talking about, you know, I'm monetizing myself. I want to do this particular segment. You're constantly going to be communicating with your partner all the time. So you shouldn't be surprised that you blow. So for anyone not to be prepared, where one of your where either of the spouse is blowing and you're not prepared for it, I question it, because you're going to
All
be
right.
having those conversations all the time.
All right. Let's quickly begin to round up. I'm going to bring this back to what Dr. Zoe said. Sister Marriott, the troublemaker, Sister Marriott have started to real long. Marriott said, the only people that tell you they want change when they have money are people with no money. Sister Marriott, are you trying to throw me sub? That's funny. All right, now let's go back to Dr. Zoe's video. Did you get to see that video, honey babe?
I
Honey,
did, and I said, "What is she wearing?
what is who?
Is that the same video where she wore this thing, this green thing, and is that the same one?"
No. I'm talking about Dr. Zoe.
No. I
This
haven't
one.
watched it. I
Okay,
haven't
I'm
watched it.
gonna play it one more time, and then
Okay.
we're just gonna give our final take. This has been a conversation for the longest, and I think my sister, film girl, actually addressed it. I think that's the only thing film girl came to address. Now, listen to Dr. Zoe's point again.
I don't know what happens to ladies in this our abroad. We say we they touch money, small money, they don't change. I'm telling you, I can say that openly. I know say
Sister
they go jump into
Latel,
this
una
comment
dey
section, they
agree
talk,
with Marriott.
I they wait
Okay,
to after now, I'll go through all the comments, block, delete. But I must say it. I don't know what happens to you people when you wanna make small money, or more big money, whatever. You don't change. You don't change completely from person who I know. You could begin treat your husband anyhow. You could remember what he didn't do you 30 years ago. Just you and your colleagues, everybody kata fight, court. You carry people go lawyer, carry people go their professional, but just they do anyhow on top say small money enter your hand. Even say the church where you be the leader before, you be church leader, you don't even go to church again. Not be every woman, no. I don't see some lovely ladies here. I don't see some lovely ladies. But as I'm telling you the truth, as an elder in this on this platform, what I'm saying is more than majority. It's even more difficult. It's human. We don't hold the small people to they behave. Then they see them. But majority, I don't they shame for now. I'm telling you, just there's enough claim for everybody. We go just the jollof, they make our coin. Nobody go here. It is now, it is this African woman, it is now make money pass the Indians where they are. I be all these Chinese women, it is now make money pass. We don't go ever hear payment from their community at home. Now, if court today, lawyer, you don't go through all the African lawyers where they this time. On top say you hold small pepper. Make all of us wrong come out for you for this Canada. On top of what? Think, listen to my video, think. As I say, I they wait for the comments. As we talk.
all right.
Hey, Uncle Ben. Real
Yeah.
fast.
Let me. I think Sisi is here. Let's give Sisi at least 3 minutes before we round up with Dr. Zoe. I see you, Ms. AY. You've started now. You don't they jab me. I get my own reason for going on Tiwa Savage like that but una no go want make I talk. I see say una won't fight me now. So make I just take backstage JJ. But we'll get to that. Sisi, your
Hey,
take, mommy. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Hey, real fam, Uncle Ben, panelist, Honey Babe, Abby. Hey, ladies. Just quickly, the same Dr. Zoe that's talking, like I wrote in the comments, is his wife not well off in the abroad?
But maybe she still kneels down to give him food now, because that's what they want you to act
my
like a
issue is not
slave.
kneeling down. My issue is not kneeling down to give him food. His
I'm
own
saying
wife.
I'm saying that these men are telling you that when you have fame or money, the only way that they can feel like you're still their wife is you have to now start behaving like a slave.
Yeah. But
That's
when they have money, they want multiple wives, but we're supposed to take
That's
it.
what they're
I
trying
hate
to
the
say.
hypocrisy. It's ridiculous.
All right, Sisi,
my point
just give
is,
your take real quick.
yeah, my point is, his wife is doing well. I think his wife does very well in the abroad. I don't know what her profession is, but him and his wife, they're doing very well in America, right? So him saying what he's saying, compare himself to those people that he's saying, oh, the marriages, the women are moving like this. They just start raising their shoulders. They're behaving some type of way when they enter money. Compare his own marriage to those people's marriage. What would be the difference? The difference that I would see from looking at them as somebody spectating, this man carries his wife like a queen. Have we not seen that? He's publicly online. He always support his wife, whatever she's doing. She's always supporting him. They're always a unit. There's a big difference. I think people have said it already. When a woman is not content in her relationship or in her marriage, or the man has given her some sort of mistreatment in some aspect, of course, it's natural. Once the balance shifts and you're now the person that's in the lead, or you're the person who's holding the cards, you're going to start moving mad because now it's your payback time. That is just natural. If somebody has been oppressing you, somebody has been abusing you, the minute that the dial changes, you are now the one that's in the position to abuse them. Are you not going to do it? Of course you will. So it's got nothing to do. Show me a woman who is happy in her marriage and successful that has left her marriage. Go and show me them. Show me a woman who is being well taken care of, is happy, her husband doesn't cheat, her husband provides, and she is mistreating the husband. Please bring out the women. You don't see these stories because it doesn't happen. There has to be a catalyst to why these women are moving mad, or, you know, all of a sudden they've entered money. Because most of these men are abusing these women. That's just what it is. Or they're using money as a way of oppressing the woman in the relationship in some aspect. Maybe she wants to do something with money. She has to be asking her husband all the time. Or maybe she wants to do something with money. The husband doesn't want to. Maybe he's stingy. There's so many aspects. But it's not always the woman's fault. I'm tired of these narratives. And I said already, some of these uncles, you're talking at your audience is not women. Your audience should be your fellow men. Because what are the men doing that your wife is entering money, touching small money, and she started moving crazy towards you? How about that? Let's talk about that and dissect it. That's just my take. Thank you.
Cece, I think it's about accountability. These men don't take accountability because, like you said, no woman wants to leave her marriage if she's treated well, loved up well. If you're treated like a queen, why would you be moving mad? So I think there's no accountability, and it's just a way to gaslight.
Zero. Always,
it's a way to gaslight the gender.
It's always women. I said, show me a woman that her husband is treating. Uncle Ben, you that you're treating your wife well. How come she's not mistreating you in the relationship? How come she hasn't collected her bags and moved out? What's the reason? She doesn't have a reason to.
See, it's like we're kind of missing the point of this conversation.
No, we're not missing the point.
Okay. Let's go to Dr. Adama. Let's go to Dr. Adama real quick because I have like maybe 10 minutes more now. Dr. Adama, your take real quick, ma.
Ben, I hate when you have this topic. We have to go. This is a
No.
good topic.
We can have the topic. If I want to stay studio, no wahala.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good topic. I hate when it's getting juicy. You're like, well, I have to go. I mean, this is a very interesting topic.
Dr. Adama, I need to go make money now.
I know. You
can make money before his wife will start mistreating him in the house, please.
Okay,
yeah,
this
please,
is what
you can make your
do.
money and leave us. And you know, when you get to work, you know how you always do. Bring people in. We can stay here. Yes, this is a good topic.
This is what I'm gonna do. I will use the backup computer to put it on, so you guys can have the conversation because I see it's interesting. But please, I see a lot of people are attacking Dr. Zoe, and
because he's generalizing. The thing is, if he spoke about a particular, sorry, Dr. A, I just want to quickly chime in. If he spoke about a particular case, but he has said, why do women, i.e., generalization?
In Canada, he's talking about Canada right now, and it seems like
generalization. Not every single woman in Canada is doing that. You're still generalizing. He should speak about a particular case and focus on that, but he shouldn't generalize women, even if it's Canadian women. It's wrong.
Okay, can I ask you something, Uncle Ben, before I speak?
All right.
You said that we're not understanding his point. So as the only man, I saw Uncle Patrick left and I heard everything everyone say. Let me start by saying greetings, Abby, Honey Babe, Cece, and to all our viewers. Please click on the like button, share and subscribe, and please click on the $ and support what we are doing. So Uncle Ben, could you please elaborate and explain, because I would like to hear your opinion. You keep saying we're not understanding. So could you educate us and the viewers? Let's understand where you're coming from.
Not educating. I am asking question myself. It was the conversation we started at the backstage, and I just saw that Tiwa Savage, and I saw this video you shared from Dr. Zoe, and I just have a lot of questions in my head, and that's just what I'm asking. Like, how come when women come into money And let's even leave fame. How come when women are established, all of a sudden their relationship started having bass goes? Don't they? It doesn't mean that women did not anticipate that, okay, I'm gonna be better one day, I'm gonna make more money. So how do I manage that money as well as manage my husband? I'm not talking about extreme cases right now. I'm just talking about a situation whereby your financial status changed, because a lot of people don't plan for it. And that's why I was talking about, fantasizing at times, visualizing that, okay, what if my status change? What if all of a sudden I move from a man who is controlling $100,000 and I now become a man who is controlling $5 million? Everything around us will change. So I'm just looking at women specifically today. No be fight. Una won't fight, but no be fight. I'm just saying, as women, do you ladies ever thought about it that, all right, I'm going to school. One day I'm gonna be done with school. I'm gonna start my own business, and then I'm gonna just go from a woman who clear 150K a year to a woman who is now in charge, of $5 million. What will my life look like? What if I get to that point where I'm controlling $5 million and my husband is still maybe making 200K? How do I marry this thing together? I'm just asking. But when I don't turn out to bass boast now to your long. So, Dr.
Okay, so I
Adama,
want to I
that's what
yes,
I'm
I want
saying.
to ask you. I heard what you're saying, and I know Doctor he spoke from Canada because that's where he lived. And
Mhm.
I want to ask you, staying here in the diaspora in America, have you noticed those changes he pointed out to about our
Of
women
course,
here in
now
the
is it not
diaspora?
happening here already? I know a lot
Okay.
of women who are rich here. Oh. I don't know of other places, but right here in this Texas, Houston, Dallas, Austin, I know women who are already clearing million now. Many of them have nursing home. Oh. I know them. And I've seen a lot of sisters who 150K, 200K is not a big deal for them. They make it every year. So I'm just saying that as a woman, what would you advise fellow women to do once they come into money? And I agree with Sister Marriott, even though she did throw me jab, but I still agree with what she's saying, that people usually don't think about that. But why? Why don't you imagine that? All of you, my
Okay.
sister here now, I know all of you are doing something, and many of
Mm-hmm.
you, by grace of God, you will turn out to become millionaires tomorrow. So haven't you
Mm-hmm.
thought about it that, oh, wait, oh,
And some of us are, and
so
yes,
that's
some
what
of
I'm
us are
saying.
too.
What
Yes.
are the steps that should be made? What would you tell younger women? Let's forget Tiwa Savage and the likes. If we want to
Okay.
keep the home together, these are conversations that we need to at least have. That's just my point. Over to you, Dr. Adama.
Okay, this is what I want to say. The video he made and what he said, that women change when they make money. Let me start by saying he's right. They do change. And I'm not saying the change, I will not put the change just on women. Human being as as in general, change is something that is constant with us. I like to, like, every year I set out goals for myself, my personal goals for myself. And my goal is like before my birthday, I want to be able to meet those goals. And every time I set one, I always, exceed those goals because you know what? I am hungry for growth and stuff like that. But this is the thing I must say here in the diaspora. When our women come here and they go to school, women are killing it. A lot of our women are doing great. I'm hearing a background noise.
Let me see. Maybe somebody's mic is on. Let me see. All right, go ahead. Everybody is good.
Um, when women come here in the diaspora, our women are killing it when it comes to being in position of power. Like when it comes to owning businesses, a lot of things we are doing great. This is one thing I have noticed with a lot of our men. And let me not use a lot of our men, some of our men. Our men are so used to, they have this mentality of being in control that even when they come here to the diaspora and they marry a woman that is doing so well, they don't feel comfortable. They want to control everything about that person. In terms of, they want to make sure the finance, they're the one in charge. They like, it is I don't know if it's a male thing or is the culture thing that they don't feel too comfortable with a woman that earns more than they do. Like
Wait till
it's like
Dr. Adama, I'm sorry. Let me quickly chip in something here. You said you noticed that our men like to be in control. Is that what you say?
sir, yes, sir.
Yes. Even me that I'm speaking to you right now, I like to be in control. I am the head of the house. So let's not twist it somehow. Any man we say no like to be in control, make it come out on this platform. Men can tell us. We like to be in control. But the only thing is you have to define that control, Dr. Adama. Control get level. No man want to say, okay, let everybody just do what they want. Let my family just take any direction. Wife, do your own. I do my own. Children. No, we have to be in control. Because if things go wrong, we the men, we are the one that are going to hold accountable. We will be the one that will ask question. How do you manage your home? So yes, we have to be in control. If you make $1 million and I'm making $50,000 and I am your husband, yes, I need to know what you're doing with that 1 million, which direction we are going, how are we going about it. So please don't let us make it as if it's a bad thing for a man
This
to be
one,
in
this
control.
was,
Listen,
is it not
no,
power
no,
and control? This one,
no,
not
no,
power
no.
and control. Oh.
Listen,
No, no, no,
listen,
no, no, no,
listen.
no, 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 no.
Uncle Ben, Uncle
We
Ben.
have to make it clear. Go
Yes,
ahead, man.
yes, we have to make it clear. But my thing is, there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance in the sense of you said something, I earn 1 million, and you earn, let me not put you a 50, and you earn a 250. You want to know what I do with 1 million. If I'm in a relationship with you and I'm married to you and I know who you are, you have credibility, you have established yourself as a husband that I can entrust my money with, I will allow you to do whatever you want to do with that money. But if you are low down, that you want to stay, you don't want to upgrade yourself, you like sitting and just control, and because it makes you feel good, and you want to brag about how much I'm earning, and just so that you can use it and go build all the houses you want back home, and you're not growing as a man, you're not investing in yourself, you're not developing yourself, all you're worried about is using my income to develop whatever dreams and aspiration we have. At the end of the day, in order for me to do that with you, you have to show me you're worth it. Two, I can trust you with my soul, like I can trust you with my money. My kind of love is not, I don't do love where because I'm in love with you, I entrust you with everything I have. No, that's not the kind of woman I am. You earn, trust is earned, is not given. And just because I'm married to you does not mean that I am obligated to give you everything about my finances. No, we share our finances in the sense that I will feel comfortable and say, oh, yes, you have on that this thing of, oh, you've proven to me that if I give you that money, you can be able to do something with it and not use it to chase women and not use it to show off and not use it to take care of all your family members, their problem, because I earned $1 million. Let's be realistic. Every woman wants to be treated like a queen. This man that
Dr.
makes this
Adama,
comment,
this
hold on,
is
let me
not
finish. Hold on,
about
hold on, hold
giving
on, hold
money.
on.
Oh. When
Hold
you
on.
say giving money,
Hold
you are
on,
changing the
hold on,
direction.
hold on. This
Okay.
man saying this thing, his wife is a lawyer. He treats her like a queen, okay? Most of our men do not, some of our men don't know how to balance a woman of career and at the same time be a loving, emotional husband and at the same time a supportive husband. You get intimidated. Last 2 weeks ago, we were having a conversation about if I met you as an Uber driver and I'm a doctor and I live in Beverly Hills and I love you, why can't you live with me? You brought out your ego. You say, why should I live with you? I'm a man. I'm a this thing. That's not how it works. If we're going to do this partnership together and you know you want to chase after me and your income are not in my level, but you have proven to me you have the track record to handle a woman like me, I will submit to you. Thank you, sir.
Can I say something? I think the
Yes.
issue is
Uh,
even from the point of view of saying that your wife has even the demanding way that the way you're coming across, that would be an issue. I say this
this
all the
man of
time.
prestige.
You don't, when a man says, I am a man, you are, to me, you're weak. You do not need to say that you're the man. your actions will speak for yourself, will speak for itself. So I come back to what I think Dr. A is saying. You don't even need to demand it. Your actions, the way you treat the woman, she will gladly show you her salary.
Sometimes you have to remind the woman
No,
you
you
are the
don't need to.
husband.
That's
When
the
she's
problem with
moving
that's the
mad,
problem.
you have to remind her.
No, Uncle Ben. The woman is not a child. You don't need to remind her. If you're treating her the way that everyone is talking about, you don't need to remind her. She'll do it willingly. So let's not go there. If you have to remind someone, then there's a problem with you as a man, and there's a problem with you as head of the house. You don't need to remind someone. She's not a child.
Let's move it around real quick. Thank you, Honey Babe. Thank you, everybody. Uncle Dayo is in the building. Abby is still here. Sissy, my sister, Film Girl, is back. Film Girl, do you want to add one or two things before I move to Uncle Dayo?
Yeah, I've heard what all of them, because you see, even Honey Babe and Cece and Adama, they actually kind of like, they buttress what I was trying to say. Do you understand? Because what Dr. Zoe is saying is a bit one-sided, right? And as Dr. Adama has said, if a woman, because what you're saying, Brother Ben, is different from what Dr. Zoe is saying. Dr. Zoe is talking about women, just blaming women for them changing. You are talking about people planning for success, right? That's two different things. And then you have said many times that the women, why are they not planning? My question is that why are the men not planning that the women that they are bringing abroad will start earning money very soon? And being a normal, sane person, she might become, she will start changing a sense of self-awareness. Why don't they plan for a successful wife? So now when the woman now starts making money, they start getting jealous. They start getting competitive. Like they want the woman to plan for success, but our men are not planning that just in case my wife becomes rich and becomes comfortable, how will I react towards it? Do you understand me? You are putting the work on us. Meanwhile, you are the leaders. You're supposed to do the planning yourself, envisage it. Okay, this woman, if she start raising shoulder now, what will I do? How can I make her understand that this you're raising shoulder, I'm not going to help the family? How can I help her find her way back to humility? Do you understand me? That's true leadership. You are envisaging the future. So that question should not be for us only; it should also be for the men as well.
And for
And
today is for women, but
no,
no
no,
one agree more with just
no,
women.
and
We
again,
disagree.
and again, Dr. Dana has said something. Even if in a case whereby she's successful and the man doesn't have so much money and there's a disparity in their income, and you want her to submit the money, I will not submit the money to you, especially if you have shown me that you're not responsible with money. If you show me that you are responsible with money, then yes. But if you're the kind of man that I see the way you are managing your money and it's not right, or your value towards money is weird, I'm not going to give you my whole fortune. No, I'm not going to give my power away to you. Because I know what you're going to do
This
with
is
it.
not about giving somebody money. It's just what Dr. Adama said about control.
That's what I'm saying.
The reason why I say that. A man should be in control of his home.
No, I'm not saying no. See, like Dr. Dana said, the conversation has many faces to it. You cannot just put it on a linear and then put everything in one box. It's not possible. There are so many sides to it. Are you throwing Dr. Zoe's video in this whole equation has now muddled the water? You are talking about one thing, Dr. Zoe is talking about on that thing altogether. Because all these men that are coming to complain in Canada, their marriages are breaking up, has he gone to ask them individually, confess to me what you did to this woman, tell me the truth? Some of them, maybe the women were moving mad, it's possible. Maybe some of them, but a lot of them were issues as which Honey Babe has said, Sissy has said, Atana has said. It may be a case of there was a power disparity in that marriage for the past 30 years. This man has been oppressing this woman. And the moment she now gets some money, she feels like, okay, I have money now. I have power. Power does things to people. It changes people. It's okay for men to change in our society, but when women change, we are evil. It's not true. It's not right. It's the same way for even men as well. If a man doesn't have money and his wife has been oppressing for money, at the moment he now makes a lot of money, be like, I've arrived myself too. Yes, that kind of thing. But it's okay. But when women now become human beings and have like self-awareness, like, I don't have money. Man, I need to move a certain way or something, not really bad or something. The man now sees that confidence, now sees that new pride in her achievement as a competition, as against his own ego. Those men have very weak egos. For a woman to be successful and proud in herself, she now raises her shoulder maybe against other women, or she's just happy, or she's just being successful. The man is now looking at it that, oh, she's doing it towards him. And it's not and most of these men are the ones that create all this chaos in their marriage. Oh, because you don't have money, because you have money now, you're not talking to me anyhow. Meanwhile, the man did not say anything. From there, they'll just start creating problems. The men should talk, say the truth, what they were doing to those women.
Okay, okay. We'll come back to that real quick. Let me set up the other computer so we can have this robot conversation. I just wanted to touch this thing
I'm
before, but
going.
now don't blow him out of proportion. All right, Uncle Dio, over to you, sir. Let me go on, sir.
Thank you very much, Uncle Beno. Thank you, Dr. Adana, Abby, Sisi, Honey Babe, and everybody
Hey,
on the
Papi.
platform. How are you? How are you doing? Now, I have two issues here. Number one, Dr. Zoe. Yeah, Dr. Zoe actually said what he think is wrong, but to me, it's not like that. Any marriage that has problem because a partner, I'm not even going to say a man or a woman now. Any marriage that has issues because a partner suddenly comes into money and the marriage begins to have problem, that marriage is dysfunctional. And I tell you why. It is dysfunctional because that means that marriage was not on the right footing before the money comes. Any good marriage, money or no money, whether all of a sudden the wife or the husband become a multi-billionaire, the joy of the home will just increase and the marriage will still remain stable. That is a good marriage. Money does not dictate the tone or the direction that a good marriage will go. But in this case, if for any reason any marriage became toxic simply because a partner suddenly comes into money, then there has been a lot of forbearing. A partner has been forbearing for so long that all of a sudden now opportunity now comes for that partner to showcase his or her anger, and then it becomes a problem in the marriage. Now, question that I want to ask is this, and I've always been saying this: don't marry any man that you cannot submit to. Don't marry any man that you don't see as a good leader. Don't marry any man that cannot lead you aright as a woman. Also, a man also, don't marry any woman that you know you cannot live with. Don't marry any woman that you know is not saying things the way you are saying things or not going the same direction you are going. Because it's like the book of Amos said, can two work together except they be agreed? If you and somebody cannot agree, if you cannot say eye to eye, if you don't have the same perception about life, if you don't have the same goal in life, if you cannot build together, don't marry anybody that you cannot build with. As a man or as a woman, don't marry any man or any woman that you cannot build with, you cannot build life with. Please. But if you maybe by mistake marry somebody that you later now realize that, oh, this was a mistake, but you cannot come out of it, that is a dysfunctional marriage. And by the time anything like this happens, maybe all of a sudden one of the partner gets money, the whole marriage will become toxic, simply because it was never working in the first place. It's just because poverty has kept both of you humble. The moment wealth comes in, everything will scatter. That's the truth. So, but coming back now to my brother Uncle Beno, what Uncle Beno was trying to say is that, of late we have this women going gaga as per marriage in Canada. Their voice is just hitting all-time high, blah blah blah. And then some people were able to maybe see it. See it as a result of maybe women are not getting more money. That's why their marriages are crashing. But to me, that is not true. No marriages crashes because of money. That marriage is already cracked. Money just came to expose the cracks. That's all.
I
No
disagree.
marriage. No, Uncle Ben, no, you don't have to agree with me. But I'm just making my point. Any marriage that has problem because a partner suddenly makes money, that marriage has already cracked before. How come when money now comes, the husband is now beginning to now assert himself? For a man, if a man have to now be saying, "I am your husband" to his wife, something is wrong, definitely. To the glory of God, I've been married for so many years now. I've never used that word for my wife that I am the man. I don't have to, because I know my place, I keep my place, and she respects me, and I respect her. But for a man to be saying that I'm your husband, then that means that man has lost it somewhere. So any man that is feeling intimidated by the success of the wife, or maybe because all of a sudden the wife is now seem to be better than him, is not feeling like kind of a less important in his own home, that man has an ego problem. At the same time, also, women also, please, the challenge that women normally have, they don't know how to marry success with humility at home. Some of them don't know how to marry success with humility at home. That's why they're having problem in their homes. Some homes are actually okay. Some homes are actually okay. The man is doing well, everything's okay. But some women, the moment they see money, money sometimes is a good tool and it can be a terrible tool also, depending on who is handling it. Some women don't know how to marry success with humility. The moment they see that they are better than the man, even though the man has been using all his effort, all his life to serve them from the beginning of the marriage till that time, they will see that no, they deserve something better. And next thing, they start intimidating the man at home. Of course, that marriage will break. So please, let us try to understand. It is not every woman out there that is wicked or that's kind of a that because she suddenly comes into money, and at the same time, it's not every man also that is a deadbeat, that is wicked, that's trying to like conquer the woman. Or to me, it doesn't. Why will you even marry somebody that you cannot even live with? Please marry somebody that you can work with, someone that you can build with, someone that you understand, and someone that understand, and someone that you respect as a man, and someone that you respect also as a husband. Thank you.
Uncle Dio. Uncle
Uncle Ben,
Dio.
please have
Let
something
me
to
let me
say.
let me quickly say
Let me
something, Uncle
quickly say
Dio. Let me say something real quick, sir. Why do you think Otedola have to remind his own daughter that your husband is your boss? That is because sometimes when there is money, some women needed to be reminded that your husband is your boss.
Uncle Ben, please, can I say
Uncle
something?
Ben,
I'm
please, can
going
I
to
say
say
something? Let me answer that question, please. Let me
Okay,
answer that
after
question.
Uncle Dayo,
Okay, after
Abby,
There's
go on.
feedback.
Uncle Beno
Ah, Dayo.
that to his daughter simply because remember the daughter is a Gen Z, okay, and whatever it is, she was brought up with silver spoon, and there is this kind of a tendency for any lady that grew up the way she grew up. She never lacked anything. She never has reason to suffer, probably for one single day. She has been getting whatever she wants. There's that tendency for pride to set in a marriage. And the only way the father could let her know that, Charlie, this is no longer my home. Now you must respect your husband as your boss. It is not because of what you are thinking. It's rather because she wants her to have a peaceful home. She was directly talking to the daughter. Your husband is your guy. Not because, of course, there is money. Money is there already, so money will not be the issue. But because she knows the tendency that every woman that has gotten everything, she may not necessarily want to submit to the man. Because let us say the fact. What makes some women to submit to their husband is the fact that he is their beneficiary. That is the truth for some women. The reason why they are submitting to the man is because the man is the one that is taking care of them, take care of the bill and all. The moment they have the power to take care of themselves, they'll change. So that is the issue, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to say two different things, right? The first thing, I'm going to address what we're talking about, but very briefly. And I'm going to reference the episode where Auntie Yinka actually came on. Because I personally came that day with my pen and my notepad because I was willing to learn. And there's a couple of things that stuck with me. I remember Sis Cherished Olivia mentioned a couple of things in the comment section. One of the things she said is, as it is very important that we marry someone that is teachable. And I've always said it, I've said this across different shows, that one thing that I look out for in people when I'm dating is tenacity. I'm not marrying anybody that is not tenacious. Adding on to that, I'm going to add what says Cherished Olivia said, someone that's teachable. Now, I want to remind people of what Auntie Inka taught us that day, or what she said. She said, because she got married in her early 20s, she got to a point where she grew into a different kind of woman. And that happens to a lot of women. I'm sure Cece is here, Honey Baby is here. I'm sure they can tell us that they were not the same now that they are in, I don't know your age, sorry. But
Abby, I'm
whatever you were
21.
in
What are you
20,
Yeah.
saying?
you're 21. Okay. So now that
Yeah,
Cece
me
is
too.
21 and Honey Baby is 22, they're not the same as when they were 16, for instance. And I find that about myself. I'm 28 now, and there's so many things that have changed. Even my style has evolved, my taste has evolved. So I think that happens with women a lot as well. So I met someone who is an intern at my workplace, and he's under me, and he's just come from India, I think, or I can't remember, an Asian country a couple years ago, I think 2 or 3 years ago. And we had a candid chat, not about work, at lunch yesterday. And he said to me how there's so many things that he has changed just because he's come here and he's more open-minded. Sometimes that is what happens to women when they go to Canada from Nigeria, or go to America, or go to the UK. You see things are done differently. It's a breath of fresh air. You're learning, you're evolving. Women, it's okay for people to come into themselves. And it's the same for men as well. But like Uncle Ben said, we're being very woman focused on this show. No problem. Women are allowed to come into themselves. Now, what Auntie Nka let us know that day is that she had a chat with her husband, that this is what is going on. This is how I feel. And her husband said, let us do it. Remember, she said that, anyone that was on the show. Her husband said, let us do this. So that is what you need often. Women are allowed to come into themselves. A woman could want something at 20. You got married to her at 22. Now at 30, you expect her to be the same person after 2 children. Now she started going to the gym. She's feeling more confident. Maybe in so many issues. Me, I know that even in terms of, like, for instance, curves and all, I'm someone that looks at myself in the mirror and I've gotten more beautiful over the years. Personally, that's how I view myself. Now, all of this confidence, this renewed confidence is coming in, and somehow you expect me to be the same woman that you met 10 years ago. But you as a man, you should be willing to step into that new role and be like, okay, this is my new wife and the new things that she's learned. Now, this woman has found new hobbies. Do you know how many hobbies that we find abroad that we don't have available in Nigeria? As in, do you know how many things there are to do in a country like the UK in comparison to Nigeria? Now, this woman is now meeting with Oyibo women where they learn baking, or they talk about Harry Potter. And you now think she's going to be the same woman that all she knew in Nigeria was go to the market, go to church, visit her in-laws, come back home, go to work, one boring job in Access Bank. Like, my point is, all this comparison of women that have gone abroad, there's so much more that living abroad gives you because of the sort of society that it is. So people are allowed to come into themselves. And as men, you need to lead with love as well, and compromise and see if you can also fit into this new woman that your woman is, and vice versa. Please, I also want to say something about this Otedola thing, because I just realized something. Uncle Ben is about to use this whole "I'm your boss" to torture us on this channel. And I want,
Thank you. God bless you for
I know,
saying that. I'm your boss. I'm your boss. I'm your boss.
I need to talk about this so that we will rest.
Yes,
Let me tell you
yes.
something. Just like every other tradition there is with Nigerian weddings, one of the tradition when it comes to speeches that a Nigerian dad is going to give you, a chairman of the occasion is going to give you, an alaga is going to give you is, this is your king. In fact, one of the instructions in Yoruba weddings, when the woman is dancing with her fila, with the man's fila, sorry, one of the instructions in Yoruba that the alaga gives you is, crown this man your king. They give this instruction in so many variations. They give this, it is all part of the ceremony. You guys, I don't know if anybody is familiar with the Otedolas. Like I said, we're from the same place in Ekpe, so there's so many news that we hear. Otedola is notorious for arresting people for cyberbullying. Go and check it if you don't know about it. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Don't talk about your children anyhow. If he means you, go and check the internet for the few ones that have made the internet. Other ones is just low-key. He is known for arresting people for cyberbullying, allegedly. It's not even alleged because it's on the internet. Go and check it. Go and type Otedola cyberbullying arrests. You might disappear. He does not condone it. Let Mr. Izzy move mad. We will know who is the boss. My point is, that is standard ritual. It's the same way, I'll give another example for comparison. It's the same way During wedding ceremonies in Nigeria, they tell women, feed your husband the way you would feed him for the rest of your lives together. The average Nigerian woman, 98% of Nigerian women go down on their knees. How many of you that got married 10 years ago still go down on your knees in your husband's house when you give him food? None of you. The reason is because some things are ritual. Let Mr. Easy move mad and we'll know if he's really the boss of their house. Something that is what every Nigerian father, Uncle Ben, your daughters will get married, you will give that same instruction or some variation of that instruction. Everybody gives that instruction. The same way they will tell you to.
Yes, I will tell my daughter your husband is your boss.
He has nothing to do with Gen Z. He has nothing to do with the fact that Temi is from a rich home or anything. It's just standard practice in Nigerian weddings by Nigerian dads. The same way there's many other traditions we do. The same way during Dr. Dama was in Ibanku, when you carry wine around. How many of you are going to go and kneel down with your husband again to give him wine or give him drink? Some things are tradition. Let it be that way. It's not the end of the world. That's what I'm trying to say. So don't put it over our heads that they said he's the boss. It's just what every Nigerian dad says at the wedding. That's
well said. Well said, Abby.
Abby, you are tired. You cannot be tired, though.
The boss is the boss.
You cannot be
tired. We don't want to hear it anymore.
Abby, your husband is your boss.
My husband is not my boss.
Can I say something?
Please,
Uncle Ben?
Hold on, please. Let's do this. I'm going to disconnect this computer. The other computer is already in the studio, so the conversation can go on. But who has time to moderate? Who they free to moderate so that the person will take over? Dr. Adama, I don't know if you are busy.
I nominate Uncle Dayo.
Abby, you have time, right?
I nominate Uncle Dayo.
Yes,
no,
Uncle Dayo, can we
do? Nigeria network can disappear.
Uncle Dayo, can you do? Can you do?
I just feel like Uncle Dayo has not done moderation.
Because he's from Nigeria now, they don't get network. No verse, Uncle Dayo.
Wow, justice for Nigerians.
Okay,
Abby. Let us use Abby, please. Let's use Abby. Abby is good for the job.
Okay, Abby, you moderate. I'll join you guys.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
am I allowed? Moderator Abby.
Yes, ma'am, you're allowed.
I just want to say something. In the context of things, right? UB's perspective and his standpoint is that the man is the boss. There are situations in many people's houses, and this is the thing: people are not authentic when they come out with all this I'm a boss. There's many women, for instance, that are very good at finances, and there's many situations where the man, the so-called boss, quote unquote, will down lean onto his wife because she's very good at accounting. She's very good at doing the books. So we need to be very careful when we're saying this whole mindset of you're the boss. The way I always say, I say this one team, one dream philosophy. I say this all the time. Marriage is teamwork. I don't know whether I'm talking to myself, but I say this every time. I personally believe you submit to one another. UB will have a problem with that. We've already established it in the Bible, but he chooses to ignore it when he feels like it. But as far as I'm concerned, you're a team. Yes, I still stand on what I said in Auntie B's show, where the man is the head, but the woman is the neck. So in situations where financially the husband is not financially all there or financially literate, that's where the woman comes in. So we need to be very careful, because in certain people's household, there is different situations where the woman can be a help in certain situations like finances. I know many men that are useless at finances, and their wife helps them, whether it's property investments, whether it's accounting, whether it's business ideas. So I think we need to. Am I making sense? Sorry.
Film girl, can you please mute this? You're giving us like.
Sorry, I just repeat what I said. There's situations in many people's household where the woman has the business ideas. It's the woman that encourages her husband. Why don't you do this? Why don't you set up a business? She is the woman that will set up the business. It's the woman that will do all the accounting. It's the woman that will say, let's invest in this property. So we need to balance it when we're having this old mindset of the man is the boss. We have that respect in our culture, but be very much aware there are women that can teach your husband. There's nothing wrong with a wife saying, babe, let's do this, and the man is like, I don't have a clue. Please, tell me what's up. And the woman is breaking it down, let's invest in this, because she's clued up, or let's, or she's, handling the household finances. So there's nothing wrong in the sense that, because I get kind of like, don't quite get it, because the man doesn't know everything and there's going to be some weak points. And that's where the wife comes in. So this whole thing of that you're a king, you're an idol, you're a demigod, I don't believe in that. I believe that you should be submitting to your husband, but personally, I believe in submitting to one another. And I believe personally, there's nothing wrong with the wife teaching you about finances, teaching you all the things that I said. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Abby.
You're welcome.
Can I come in?
Yes, Sissy. Oh God, I don't know. Why did they give to Sissy or Dr. Adama, please?
I'm making.
Okay, go ahead, Sissy.
Okay.
So I think a lot of the times the problem comes from lack of adaptability on the men's part. Because like Abby said, a lot of the times people come over here, whether they're going abroad or, you know, coming to the West, and they're opened up to different experiences, different way of living that isn't the norm in African setting as it was previously for them. So when they come here, they start having this tussle of, okay, I'm the boss, you're the boss, whatever. But they forget that here in the West, you need to work together as a partnership. Before, you may have had maids, or if you're not fortunate to have maids, your wife is the one that's usually doing everything and the man is just sitting back. But you can't have a successful home if you're doing that here in the abroad. Somebody has got to be working. Most times both of you are working, maybe long hours, maybe people are doing shift work. One person will come in, look after the kids, and the man will have to pull his weight. And a lot of the times, if you really go and dissect these so-called relationships or marriages that are breaking because the wife is out earning the man, it's because the man is refused to adapt and maybe take on more roles that are not usually his gender specific for him, like he may have previously done in Nigeria or in Africa in general. And then that's where the tussle now starts coming. So because the woman is working, you'll start saying, oh, it's because you're working, you're asking me to look after the kids. No, it's because that's what is going to happen. If I'm coming back after you, who's going to look after the kids? Naturally, you're going to look after the kids. Naturally, maybe you're going to have to make something to eat. Or naturally, you're going to have to take something out of the freezer and prepare rice or do something. Right? But a lot of these men, their ego will not allow them to humble themselves to just do the needful and be like a useful person in the household. They still want to have that African mentality of sitting back, doing nothing, and then they still want to be collecting the woman's check on top of it. Like, can we make it make sense, please? It's frustrating. So to me, like I said, and Uncle Ben still has not come out to tell me, show me a woman that's being treated well, that has packed her bags and left her husband's house. I've not heard it. And all these stories are always, oh, the woman, they always assume that the reason is because a woman is out earning the man. No, most times it's because the men are not pulling their weight in the relationship. So you become frustrated. So now if I'm doing the job of the man in the house, I'm making the money that you should be making as a man. I'm taking care of the whole household. And on top of that, you still want me to be laying down for you to sleep with me? Bro, get the hell out. I can do better by myself. That's where a lot of these women, I think that's what comes to be their breaking point. If I'm going to be doing everything by myself, then it's better that I should just be by myself. At least that way, I don't need to be looking at somebody who's making me feel upset or having backwards and forward arguments and all these kind of things. It's better that you go, let me live my life. You live your life and do what you want to do. Find the person that you will be doing submissive with. So I think that is really when we peel away the layers of all these relationships, it always comes down to some kind of imbalance in terms of the power dynamic and lack of, you know, the men pulling their weight when they come to the West.
Can I say something?
Okay, I want to say something.
I think Film Girl wanted to go. Dr. Dana,
Okay, go
please,
ahead.
if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay. I even I think it was the Bible that says that he that must lead must first of all serve, right? Jesus led by 7, right? So that's one of the challenges I think our male folks have to deal with. We're in 2025. A lot of social dynamics have changed. A lot of things have been defined. Different organizations have had trainings on leadership, social dynamics, different things. But they don't understand that the best kind of leadership is servant leadership. So the thing is that, and Sissy just touched on it, a lot of our men don't have the humility to be leaders. Leadership requires humility. They don't know how to humble themselves, to even look at themselves and go like, okay, I have a weakness here or I have a weakness there. And maybe this small girl, maybe this wife that I'm looking down on, that is 14 years older than, she might know something that I don't know. Because even organizations, when they employ people and they have all these team building activities, CC can testify to that, they put the floor opens. And sometimes the best ideas come from someone that just joined the company. Somebody that doesn't even, just a new person, just a young person out of school can bring up an idea that can change the course of a whole organization. So you can never negate the input of someone that you feel that you are more experienced than or older than. So if this man could just take some humility and look at this woman and go like, okay, let me listen to what she has to say, what she has to bring to the table, and guide her. Because you're supposed, like the Bible says all the time, like when I talk about Ephesians 5, about when I talk about the submission thing, let's read the whole thing down. He says, submit to each other. Then submit one to each other. Then wife, submit to your husband. Husband, love your wife. Then he now broke down how the husband should love the wife, how Christ cleansed the church. Everything was about making the church better. So now in your seat of leadership, how have you mentored your wife to be better? How have you sat down and go like, you know what? You're coming to the West, things are changing. Outside, your perspective will change. But let's see how we can marry to where we're coming from. Without in love, not accusing her of becoming a bad person or becoming westernized. Oh, you start making money right now. How are we going to use this money? I know I'm the lead head of the house, but we might have to partner a little bit. I know you have to send money to your family. I get it. I'm not trying to stand in your way. You have to progress. I have to progress. Why can't they not be humble enough to have those kind of conversations with their wives? Why would they now assume that once woman now has become this new person? Because like we said, people evolve. I'm not the same person as I was 20 years ago. People evolve, and then she's now in money again, or she's not in money but empowered, because she's making like 35,000 a year. She feels empowered. Empowerment means different things to different people. Some people at $35,000 they feel empowered. Some are 50 we have different levels of how you feel empowered. I feel empowered at 35K. I feel like, okay, at least I can have some money now to buy myself something without asking my husband, right? And then she starts moving a certain way. Why can't you, in your humility, talk to her about it? Instead of you accusing her of being something else, competing, creating chaos, and then when the woman starts reacting to your chaos, you now run to the internet and say, these women have changed. Like I said before, some of this chaos that has been created in these families start from the men due to their insecurity. And then when they now start getting a reaction out of the woman, they'll turn back and gaslight you, and they come and blame you. So it's I don't think we are ready to have that real discussion, because it's so easy for us to blame women. They've done it for so many years. Blame the woman, is their fault. Everything, blame the woman. So what, like Dr. Zoe was saying, yeah, there's some women that, maybe from their family background or whatever it is, of course, even normal, whatever, they might be moving mad, like maybe they didn't come from good homes, whatever it is. Yeah, but there are also men that do not come from good homes that are also moving mad as husbands. But because they are men, we will believe everything they say. And they will not want to listen to what the wife is saying. Because they are men and they move mad, it's okay, right? But the woman must accept his excesses because she's a good wife. So that's just mine. I just feel that we need to start teaching these men what leadership is about. That a big component of leadership is humility and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sis, film girl. Dr. Dama, please, you want to go?
Yes, thank you. This is what I have to say. For me, everything in life is a stage. And Abby made a comment, and when Inka came in and gave us shared her background and advice on marriage and things like that. It was a very great show. For those that have not watched it, please go back and watch it. It was a very fantastic show. I believe that change is something that is constant in life. I'm not who I am when I was in my 20s, 30s now. And everything for me at the stage where I am in life is what I'm able to tolerate and what I can adapt to. And where I am in life now, do I have that patience to start teaching a man who is in his 40s or 50s how to manage money, how to do this? No, I don't. Because I'm at a stage in life where I expect you to know these things. And you cannot. I really believe this saying that this phrase that said you can't teach an old dog new trick. Marry someone you understand. Know your partner. Know who you're dealing with. If you're okay marrying someone that doesn't know how to manage money, let it be your business. Listen, it's none of my business. But at the end of the day, we must learn one thing: is to whom much is given, much is expected from. If I show you respect, I expect respect in return. For my kids, if I wake up every day and I say to my kids, I'm your mom, I'm your mom, you have to listen to the listen. After a certain time, they just tune me off. And that is what I see some of these men doing. Every time a man wants to remind you he's the head of the household, I'm the man, I'm this, I'm that. No, you have to do this. You have no, 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 no. If you start to me, when you start reminding me who you are, that means you're not sure of who you are. You need to go, get some help, figure out who you are, be comfortable with who you are, no matter what your earnings are. Just be comfortable with who you are. Have the ability to able to command respect, and respect will come naturally to you. I don't believe in telling people, oh, you need to do this for me. No, 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 no. Everything goes both ways. In order for you to get respect, you must command respect. In order for you to expect this from me, you must show it to me as well. And like I said, at the end of the day, I think why we have this problem is um our women have come here in the diaspora where they have rights and freedom to express themselves. And a lot of our men have not had that mental adjustment. And I say this to say this: there are people who live in the diaspora, but they are still acting like they live in Oshodi. I don't know if I pronounce it well. In other words, they've not made that mental change. They've not adapted that, oh, I have to start doing things differently. I have to start looking at life differently. And I think that's where we have this problem. For me, as a person, I always ask people, what does money mean to you? If you're someone that grew up with nothing, the way you look at money is going to be different from someone who grew up with everything and the way they look at money. So at the end of the day, I want to use this keyword for me is humble. Humble yourself in whatever situation you find yourself. Whether you're controlling billions, millions, learn to humble yourself. Be kind, have empathy for one another, and most importantly, treat people the way you want to be treated. Just because you're this person, for- never look down on anyone. I always say that to my kids. Because your opportunity to have this, have that, don't think you're better than others kids. At the end of the day, let's learn to humble one another and bring out the best in each other, because I don't believe in putting, if you love me for who I am, you should support whatever I do. And you shouldn't be intimidated by whatever I'm bringing to the table. Same thing goes there. If I love you for who you are, I shouldn't define you by how much you earn, because I'm looking at this thing as a partnership. And you've proven to me that we can grow and create an empire together. And I think if we start looking at marriage and relationship like that, a lot of us are going to have great fun. But the thing is, at the end of the day, like I said this, you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. And if some of our men don't tone down their egos, we are going to keep having more problem in our marriage. Allow people to blossom, allow people to change, allow people to grow. Because when you allow people to be themselves, you get the best version of who they are. Thank you.
Sorry, Abby, can I say something?
Yeah, of
Hello?
course. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I had is I thought it was funny, but I was gonna say that maybe there should be, when you join, CC can obviously agree to disagree. When you join a company, they normally give you the company manual. Is it a case that any Nigerian that comes into the UK, when they get to the airport in Nigeria, do you think they should get a manual? Because I think it's a case where there's definitely a lack of adaptability, which is the vibe I'm getting from the past couple of comments, is that there's definitely a lack of adaptability. And I think that's basically very key, because remember the story of what Uncle Ben said when he first joined his wife in America. You remember what he said? Yeah, they wouldn't read the manual. But you remember what Uncle Ben said about when he first joined his wife in America? He really, really struggled with adapting. He struggled with the fact that she had to hustle, go to work, and he was expecting her to be, cook his food, maybe kneel down at the table, etc., etc. He struggled with it. This is the same Uncle Ben. So definitely, if he's struggling, and it took him time to unlearn, he was very candid. And he said that they had a lot of internal conflict and issues because of it. So I definitely believe that in general, every single man that comes aboard is going to have that same problem. I definitely do advocate for some kind of manual to give Nigerian men about having to adapt and all the kind of like procedures and certain situations that happens in when you come to the West, the diaspora, because there's definitely this disconnect where they believe they can behave a certain way, and then when they come here they continue. There's a lot of men Film Girls said, where my dad, even to the fact that he's been in the UK since 1969, there's certain things he says and I'm like, oh my gosh, he still has that mentality and he still hasn't adapted to the fact that he's been in the UK for almost 50 years. So there's definitely this thing where some people, some men, obviously we're talking about gender, so some men are in the UK and they still haven't adapted to what the situation is. And I think all I wanted to say is emphasize teamwork. You should always be a team. And I think definitely, like, Abby said, I'm not the same person I was when I was 20. I'm a completely different person. And I think that when you're in marriage, you should grow together. And unfortunately, there's situations where you can grow apart. That's why there are some situations where a man and a woman, I know it's very common in the West, where some women will just say, you know what, I'm done. We've grown apart. I know it's a very cliche and frivolous excuse, but there are situations where you do grow apart. And I think the key thing for me is basically, communicating and constantly learning and growing together. And I think the problem is that the women come here and they quickly adapt, snap, they're with it. They're going to school, they're getting their, they're nursing, they're doing this. And the men are left behind because there is a real struggle for them to adapt in the West. And that's why you have a disconnect with the woman doing very well with her Range Rover, making her 50, 60K in the UK. And then the man, where he's still, probably came the same time as the wife, and he's still struggling to get a job, struggling to understand the socialization of the environment that he's in. And I think there's definitely, they need to unlearn certain things, and they need to learn how it is when you come over to the West. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
And I just bring a very annoying Gen Z perspective into this.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of Nigerians are obsessed with unnecessary things. One of them being respect. Hear me out. Respect is very important. Obviously, I'm a Yoruba girl, born and raised in London, in Lagos, so I understand. But it's just, I'll give you an example with some things that are very funny. An example is how, like, we grew up. I don't know if anyone can relate. So maybe Uncle Dio, this is probably a very good time for you to come in as well. A lot of us can relate to this whole thing of, oh, you have to give your elders things with your right hand. If you try it with your left hand, you're in trouble. Right. And now that I'm older, I don't really understand what the big deal is. Now, to be very fair, would I teach my children the same thing? Yes, I would. But I don't understand the reason why I would. Like, what is so different about the left hand and right hand? One. Another example as well, I never forget the first day my dad actually got really pissed off at me, was me referring to my parents as you guys. My dad said, who is you guys? And I'm here thinking, like, both of you, like mom and dad, you guys, both of you, they fight a lot of Nigerian. And I've shared this with my friends, and yes, their parents felt the same way. The heck is you guys? That is very disrespectful for you to tell to refer to your parents as you guys. So I think there's also that very weird thing. We've seen it happen on social media as well. I think it was Shafi Bello that started this whole conversation about how she's a film star and she wants to be seen on the streets. And she wants younger Nigerians to refer to her as mommy and auntie. And I'm just here like, I'm so sorry. The likes of Morgan Freeman and them lots, who's calling them mom, daddy, and isn't me meeting Shafi Bello? Is it not enough for me to just say, "Good afternoon, ma'am"? Which one is Auntie Shafi? She wants people to call her Auntie Shafi, Mommy Shafi. That's the weird. I don't know. I get it being Yoruba, but sometimes I think we're obsessed with respect to the point where we let it get into our heads and we can't let things go. Dr. Dama said something on yesterday's show about how Nigerian men will say, "I want a woman that will respect you." Meanwhile, respect it should be normal, but you carry it on your head like it's some special ritual when actually respect should be normal from everybody across the board. It doesn't matter if it's your wife. Why do you feel the need to, hold on to it and keep beating on it? Respect. A woman must respect me. I don't need her to love me. I don't need her to respect me. There's that whole weird thing around respect in Nigeria. And sometimes, I'm so sorry, is a bit odd. So I don't know if anyone can come in on that.
Can I? Yeah,
Maybe
can
I
I
can
say?
say something.
Can I say that only
Can I say
because?
something?
Honey, babe, 1 second. Please let Uncle Daya go
Okay,
first.
no problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Shabi. First off, let me quickly address the issue of the left hand that we talked about in Yoruba culture and the idea of name calling. Let me use that word because as a Yoruba man, our culture teaches that there are certain things that you must not do as a minor or as a junior to an elder. I'm not even talking about your parents now. That's why even if you look at our words, every Yoruba words have words for the elders and they have words for your peers, for your mates. You cannot use the same word that you're using for your mates to communicate with your elders or with your parents. It is not our culture front at that. It's a cultural thing. And if you are born into any culture, every culture have their own values and what they hold to be very, very esteemed in their culture. To, to an average onlooker, it may seem irrelevant, but to them, it embraces everything that they believe and everything that they hold dear to their own lives. So it's a cultural thing. I don't want to go into that beyond that level. And on the issue of refer to your parents as you guys, they see it as an insult. Any parent will see it as an insult because why? They are your parents and they deserve certain amount of respect. But in some other culture, which is not Yoruba, now get me straight, they do not even value it at all. Because I know that there are some parts from the East that they call their parents or their elders by the name. They don't even worry now. Like in Yoruba now, you cannot stand up and be greeting an elder. As a girl,
Brother
you're
Dayo,
supposed.
sorry, it's not by the name. I'm going to explain later. The Igbo people stuff about the name, it has more respect than even saying sir.
Sorry, one second. Linda.
Sorry?
Uncle Daya, can you just finish quickly, and then can Daya's thing gives us feedback, so it's difficult.
Okay. Sorry, I'll come back to that. Brother.
Okay, thank you very much. As I was saying, is that some cultures don't even reference that at all. But if you are from this part of the country in Nigeria as a Yoruba person, you must believe and hold there whatever we hold there. Now, to the issue at hand, there was something that Babe said earlier. I mean, I think Sisi said earlier on that I think we are not really getting the nitty-gritty of this matter. Because when we're talking about men, every male is a man. Are you getting me? But not all males are men. I will repeat that every male is a man, but not all males are men. When we are talking about men, we are not talking about just any man. We are talking about men. When we say men, we did series of high-valued married men on this platform, and we emphasize. Let us not generalize. When we are talking about men, we are talking about men that know their onions, love their wife, respect their wife, and they do things according to the laid down principles of life. And they are the ones that are having successful marriages, building their wives. Such men are the ones that we are talking about when we say men, but we have males all over the place that do not even know their left hand from their right hand, that cannot even differentiate what is marriage and what is relationship. And when they begin to behave, the general tendency is that we tend to paint every man with the same brush. No. Despite all these stories and all these rhetorics that we're having, we still have men out there that are still men. When I say men, I mean real men. And then I can say this with all my full chest that some of the women on this platform are married to real men, and they can say it boldly also. So when we are talking about men in this context, we are not talking about just males that are just like Miss Baby and Miss Baby anyhow. We have them plenty, but we still have men out there. So let us know which perspective we are coming in from. So when we are talking about men that are not up to par, men that are not doing what they're supposed to do, men that are not treating their wife right, and what Dr. Zoe said happens. First question that I will ask: if the man in that situation is a man indeed, there won't be any issue. Because why? A man knows how to communicate with his wife. Money will not be an issue. Whether your wife is earning $1 million in a year and you are earning 500,000, money will not be an issue between you. The love and the respect you will not change. If you are treating your wife right and there is mutual respect and you are taking care of your wife, by the time your wife even earns higher than you, she will be so glad to share it with you and to give you the leadership role. And there's something again, it's like there's something that Sissy said also that I quickly wanted to point out. Any good man knows which area is good and which area the wife is better. When it comes to finances, sometimes women are more better accountants than the man. I can give myself as an example. My wife is better with money than me. Not because of say anything, but because she's a businesswoman, she can manage money better than me. So I give her that space. I allow her to manage our money, most importantly, because she is better at it than me. So man knows the strength and the weakness that he has, and the strength and the weakness of the wife. So, and being a man entails that he knows how to manage everything for the betterment of the home. When you know that this man is not good with finances, and he's still insisting that he's the head of the home, he must manage it by himself, that marriage is already on the rocks. It will not last. So I just want us to have this kind of understanding that not all men are what they say they are. There are still some good men out there that still does the right thing, still love their wife, and they still bring it 100% when it comes to marriage. Thank you.
Thank you. Film girl, please, can you go next? Thank you, Uncle Dayo.
Oh no, I wanted to explain to Okudayo that I always hear that thing a lot about the Eastern people calling people by their names, the elders, right? So I just want to clarify it. Like a lot of us know a lot about Yoruba culture, but we don't know a lot about Igbo culture, right? That the name that they call them, like I can't call my dad by his first given name, like his government name, but they always have title names. It's called a title name. A title name is a name you inherit from your father until you become a chief yourself, like you take a title, like a chieftaincy title, right? So that your chieftaincy title name is what people call people, and we assume is their first name. Is not that name, that title name, that whether it's even Ijele or even Isimili, the one that you're always laughing about it, Isimili is a very prestigious name. It means the head of the spring. My mom is Isimili because she's the first of the wives, right? So even Isimili or Ijele or whatever it is, they are all title names that carry a lot of prestige. So if I call you your name Ijele, an Igbo man, he would prefer that you call him that over calling him Mr. Solomon or saying good morning, sir, or whatever it is. That name you call him, you are like recognizing that the fact that he's a chief, recognizing his honor, his prestige is so much bigger than just anything, right? So in that name, calling them, I mean good morning. If I see my dad in the morning, I'll call him by his title name, and he'll answer me by my own title name because I heard that by my mom. Do you understand? That shows respect for each other, and then we continue. So the name calling is not, Yoruba see it as we are being disrespectful. No, that name alone is so much more respect than even sir and good morning. That's what I was want to add. That's all.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I
I'm
say
actually
something?
sorry,
Because I
honey,
wanted
babe,
to
1
say
second.
something before.
I'm actually half Igbo, and I totally get that. And I get in arguments with people about the difference in culture, being half Igbo and half Yoruba, and I get it. But my conclusion about that whole thing is people are very different. The issue I have with Igbos, for instance, in a state like Lagos, that everyone is, and I even had that with my ex as well, where he was Igbo. I think it's just the adaptation where, for instance, if you're coming to visit my parents as an Igbo guy, you should just know that my dad is expecting some sort of dobale. Like it's just standard, right? And that happened, and he was happy to do that. And when I went to his own house, his mom did not want my niece to get on the floor. But this is me that is a Yoruba girl, where even when I'm on the phone speaking to an older person, I subconsciously kneel down. Like I subconsciously dobale because I even forget that wait is a phone call, right? Because I'm so used to greeting an older one and going down to some extent. The older you are, the lower my knees will be. Grandma, you're getting my knees all the way to the floor. So I think
Is
that
that
happened
actually
to my
cultural
ex.
awareness? Is that I understand what they're trying to say because I'm Igbo and I'm very Igbo and I grew up in Lagos, right? I went to school in
Yeah.
Ibadan. So when I go to a Yoruba home, I kneel down. With my friend's parents, I kneel down to the ground. But when I go to Igbo homes, I don't do that because it doesn't mean anything to
It
them.
doesn't mean
So it's
anything.
just a cultural awareness from person to person. They have nothing to do with this
Exactly.
conversation.
But
Nothing.
I do realize that there's a lot of Igbos in Lagos that is a very common argument on X. They would
No,
argue that it's not my culture.
They're
I
just being
shouldn't do it.
ignorant. No,
But
they're just
if
being
your
ignorant.
husband is Yoruba, just do it.
Just do it.
That's
They're
what
just
the
being
parents
ignorant.
expect
Leave
of
that.
you,
That's a
you
whole
know?
different thing
It's not a
altogether.
big deal. Sorry, honey, baby, you can go. Sorry.
I think my perspective, being born and brought up here, I didn't live in Nigeria, is that it's about cultural awareness. Like my parents taught me, my mum and my dad taught me, anyone older than me, I will kneel down anywhere on the street, anywhere. I would do it in Morrison, in Aldi. I'll do it because that's the way I've been brought up. So I don't really have a problem with that. But I think one thing I will notice is that I've noticed the younger generation, and I will call them out. A lot of parents are not teaching their children about our culture in terms of the way you greet someone that's older than you. I've noticed that a lot in my son's age and even 20s and 30s. So I just think something that we need to think about and need to, have that conversation and do the necessary action. I've personally, my mom doesn't go to Nigerian church anymore. As I said, she's a Jehovah's Witness and she goes to meetings. And sometimes when I follow her for whatever, she wants me to go to, and I don't mind going to, there's a particular lady that's the same age as my mom. She is Chinese. I cannot call her by her name. I call her Grandma Kim. That's me. My stepdad, he wants me to call him, I can't even say the word, I call him Popsy. So somehow it's ingrained in me. I know it's not for everybody, but it's ingrained in me that someone that is elderly, not elderly because I'm elderly myself, I'm not exactly young, but when I'm someone older than me, I will always give them the respect. And I think that is that cultural thing is being eroded, because I see definitely in our community and our children where a lot of people don't understand the culture. I have many people that will greet my mum and they're standing up and they're Yoruba, and I'm like, I look at them, and I think, did your parents not teach you? And I think it's definitely, out of all the culture things that I'm always saying I have a problem with, this is one of them that I definitely believe that we should hold on to. And I definitely believe the issue is that our parents are not teaching us about the significance and the importance. Because in terms of the debates you're talking about, Film Girl and Abby, sometimes it could be where the parents haven't explained to us, the children or adults now, about the cultural significance of why you need to, if you're Yoruba, why you need to kneel down, and the cultural significance of that. And if you're Igbo, the cultural significance of not kneeling down. So it's all about education from our parents and obviously teaching the culture from one generation to another.
Okay, I don't think want us to go away from the conversation, but let me just say this last thing to reply to is it Abby, right? According what Honey Babe said, we need to teach all these cultures of people, right? But the truth about it is that these cultures are being taught, but the Gen Zs, they are rebelling
They're
against
stubborn.
them.
They're very stubborn.
They're
My
very
son,
stubborn. So they're actually
very
teaching them,
stubborn.
but
I had to
questioning.
press my son down to kneel down to his uncle.
And it's not just only in Nigeria, even in even the Western world now,
Yes,
they
yes.
are questioning everything. They
Can
are
you
going
imagine?
against every
The
norm.
audacity.
They are rebelling against everything. They don't want to talk, they don't want to against the government. They are rebelling against everything. America, they don't want the social system. They want to break it down, and hence all this alphabet community that, oh, why must be only male and female? Oh, we must do, they are rebelling against
I
everything. So
understand. Yeah.
it's not a cultural thing, it's a generational thing.
I think you're right.
I don't know what it is, but they're kind of trying to break away from something. I hope they eventually will settle, right? But according to but as Abby said, I do agree to an extent. There's some things we take too seriously as Nigerians. I'm older, I'm elderly, but there's some things we take too way seriously.
Yes.
Right? Like some things don't even make sense anymore at some point. Like, I agree you can respect somebody and all that stuff. But if, for example, now you're an elderly person and I'm Igbo and I forget to kneel down for you, like, how dare you? You should have known. Maybe I don't know. I mean, take a chill pill, like, why are you making such a big issue? Do you understand me? Like, there's some, I don't feel like I might be explaining very well, but I understand where Abby is coming from. And even in marriages as well, as what we are saying, there's some things in marriages that some of these men, like to say, there are a lot of responsible men. I get it. Like we said, the Dr. Zoe that is talking, he's treating his wife very well. That's why she's still there being a very good and dutiful wife. So we're not saying all the men. Obviously, there are a lot of men that are treating their wives well and all, but they're not saying anything. The loudest voice are the ones that are very immature, insecure, that blame their wives for all the all the damage in their marriages. And that's what we are saying. That the people like Dr. Zoe should have the wisdom not to play to that narrative, but to start begin to ask them questions. Why do you think your wives are leaving you? Right? That's where he should come as a mentor to say, hey guys, hold on. Let me ask you this question. Why are they leaving you? Have you done X, Y, X, and B? Not just run the narrative with everybody that comes online to cry like a little boy that the wife left him because she doesn't. Because these men, they have a way of blaming. They will just
omitting the truth.
Omitting the truth, exactly. They won't say the real thing. They don't say, oh, because she does make more money. Meanwhile, you didn't tell us about the 10 years you have been giving her basketballs back and forth, about the 10 years that you have denied sending her family money and you refuse for her to work, or the 10 you haven't told us all those stories in between, or the 10 years when she had CS, how you beat her after she had her CS, or after she had CS, you made her go back to work the next. You didn't tell us all those parts, because one thing they refuse to understand is that people build resentment. But you know what? When men also build resentment, but guess what? It's okay. Our culture has taught them that it's okay for you to resent your wife. But the moment your wife resents you is a problem. Do you understand? Like she's a bad woman. It's okay for men to resent their wives. Oh, this woman, when I married her, she didn't do this. They always, these baby boys, these baby men, they have so many complaints. Oh, she didn't do this, she didn't do that. You're so resentful, she didn't do that. But the moment she now has just one resentment, trying to be a human being, you now turn around and make it like she did the worst thing as ever. No, sir. You have capacity to be resentful. She has capacity to be resentful. So my point is, we all know the right thing to do. If you know how you don't want to be treated, please do not treat another human being like that. Treat your wife the way you want to be treated. You, wife, treat your husband the way you want to be treated, and there'll be peace everywhere. The problem is when you actually have this unrealistic whatever about yourself. You feel that you're just one best ever sliced bread. All the women should bow to you because you're just a man. No, we're in the era whereby money is not the only thing. Back in the day, men were providing, they brought to the table. Now you have to bring more than money to the table. Like Brother Daryl said, you have to bring leadership to the table. What Daryl is exhibiting his family is leadership. You have to bring it to the table. It's not. But so the moment a woman now makes money that you are making, she's not looking at you as, what are you contributing? Are you giving me too much stress? Stress only and nothing else. She'll start thinking about, men, I can do bad all by myself. Like Sissy said, I can do bad by myself. I don't need all this stress. Nobody likes stress anyway. So it's just a case of, even in marriages, I think we are overblowing a lot of things. All these men that are just going about so many issues that don't even make sense. Some things that they even complain about, they're very trivial issues, but they'll make a mountain out of it because they're not mature enough to know that these are things that they have to walk around, they have to adapt around, like we said, So that's not it for me. Thanks.
Can I, Abby, can I say something?
Of course, Dr. Dama, go ahead, please.
I have a question, and I like when I'm having a conversation, I want us to have a balanced conversation where we can as well, let's have realistic conversation as well. As women, we have how many women on the panelists? Can we be honest and say things that we have noticed some of our women when they come to the diaspora here, they do? Because at the end of the day, yes, the men, we come from a culture where the men are giving so much privilege and everything. So now my question to the panelists is this. What do you think our women are not doing? And why is it that when they come to the diaspora, they start, well, how do I say it? When you come to a place where you're not used to having your freedom of expression and this thing, because this is the thing I noticed in our marriage, and I have to be quite honest here, is we are we like competing with one another, unhealthy competition. And some of us are obsessed. And when I say obsession in the sense that a lot of us, and I'm sorry to say this, these are nurses. Shout out to all the nurses because I work with nurses. I love them. But my thing is, I've seen them, they are overworked, trying to keep up with who is not keeping up with them. So my question to the panelists is, why why do you think when our women come to the diaspora here, they tend to become something they are not? Because at the end of the day, we've said everything that the women are putting up, that we've put up with. And we said everything that the men are not doing right in everything. So now let's shift the table and focus on ourselves. What are we not doing right?
Okay.
Can I just say something?
Should we go in order? Okay, yeah, honey baby, you can go.
No,
ahead.
I was going to talk about something else. I think from my perspective, remember, I'm based here, so I see a lot of Nigerian women coming from Nigeria, and I just laugh. A lot of them, I think, is the case where, when you have a jar full of sweets and you open it, and so it's like, wow, I'm no longer, well, even though the UK is patriarchal as well. You're coming from Nigeria where you're restricted in terms of your rights. You're seen as a second-hand citizen. And then you come here, and then within months, there is a power dynamic where you can easily, if you want to, kick out your husband, sign on, get house. You don't need the husband. You can phone the police if there's DV. So I'm not saying it in a bad way, but there's certain privileges that you go and get in Nigeria. Unfortunately, there can be a situation where you suddenly realize that, okay, I can become a nurse, I can do 50, 60 hours, and I can get that Range Rover. I can have my semi-detached house. And so I'm living large, I'm keeping up with the Joneses. So I think it's coming from a place and then realizing that, I can become a nurse, I can become a social worker, I can become anything. And that suddenly I have a certain amount of wealth. I have I'm keeping up with the Joneses. I'm going to all these parties. I've got a nice fit. I've got a Range Rover. I've got Mercedes. I've got this. So that's what I see when I see a lot of people coming and they've located to the UK. It's sorry, Abby. It's just a case where it's quite interesting. And then they see their Caucasian counterparts, living the life, and they want to keep up with it. And a lot of the times I find is that, I don't want to generalize, but they are a small minority where they are so fixated on keeping up with the Jones. They're so fixated with having a certain standard of life because they've obviously moved from Nigeria, sold everything, sacrificed everything, and they now want to come here. And then they don't seem to realize that a lot of their Caucasian counterparts only work part-time, focus on the family, maybe are a housewife until probably the kids are 5 or 6. And then they're noticing that, okay, maybe they're not noticing that family is the most important thing, because you see a lot of nurses working 50, 60 hours. And then you see a lot of the kids coming out of school, hanging around outside KFC because they're hungry, because their parents are probably doing a shift. And so for me personally, I just think there is such an emphasis on money, sending it back home, building properties in Nigeria, keeping up with the Joneses, and not focusing on family and being satisfied. There's a lot of people that work part-time, are just satisfied with enough money to cover the bills and the mortgage. And I think in some situations, it's good to be ambitious. It's good to be an entrepreneur. It's good to want a bit better. But when it gets out of control to the extent where you're not focused on your family, all you're caring about is the next shift and keeping up with the Joneses, that's where the problem is. And what I see is that there's a lot of people coming and they're focusing on money, 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 which is the wrong mindset.
Okay, Sissy, do you have anything to say? I think you're next.
It's almost like I'm the problem of this platform.
Are you still
These
here,
are
Uncle
now-
Ben?
Ben, I did not say I'm going to work. What happened?
Uncle Ben,
Why did you
Everybody
just
is
creep
doing
back
that
like this?
boast.
I thought you said
Once
you
I'm
were
here,
Ben, I thought he was leaving.
everybody will come on cutlass. They want to come after me. It's
It's
okay.
because of the
I'm
way
listening.
that you
Ben,
provoke
we've said
people.
We've said a lot, so Uncle Ben, have the floor. I'll go after you.
No. I have nothing to say. I just wanted to speak about that respect.
He's just jealous. He wanted to say he's
I'll talk
here.
about respect.
So the boss
You
has
coming
nothing
to
to
talk
say.
about respect, Uncle Ben? We've left respect in the.
Wait, Uncle Ben,
Yeah,
the boss doesn't have anything to say.
He's coming to talk about respect again. Upon all the conversation we've had.
No, your husband is your boss. He
Okay,
even puts it on here. Can you imagine?
Wait. I like to go before we start digressing about what you said, right? I think the problem is Nigerians as a people. If you want to look at us as a problem, what our problem is, look at what is the trend that is going on. All this Chivido 2025, whatever. The competition is even in Nigeria before they even come here. You have people that are borrowing money to try and have a celebrity wedding when they cannot even afford it. So the problem even starts from back home, where we have this mindset of fake it till you make it. We are very ostentatious people. We always want to show off. We always want to, not all of us, but most of us, you have people that are even back home that are being influenced by what they see. Oh God, when they see all these things online, they're so influenced, they're so, taking, there's a lot of things that are going on right now. So it has nothing to do with abroad. So when the same kind of people, when they now come here, they will definitely get influenced easily by things around them here. Do you understand? I'm not saying, for example, now I'll take myself as an example. I wasn't like someone that was easily influenced by things like that back home. So now that I came here, I don't have that kind of competitive spirit to be influenced by trying to build 25 buildings in Nigeria. I don't know what to say. It's who you are from where they came from. So if you have that mindset that, oh, I know poverty mindset, it has nothing to do with money. Some people have a lot of money, but they still have a poverty mindset. When you believe that your self-worth is tied to properties and all, I'm not saying not good to have properties and all that, but some people, they're so greedy that they can never have enough, So whether they're in Nigeria, and that's the same mindset that makes them go into government and steal money. Do you get where I'm going to right now? This is your honey babe, right? You're talking about like the same mindset that makes them go and steal money, right? It's the same mindset that they'll come to America and want to amass so much wealth at their own detriment, right? So it has nothing to do with it's just the people. Some people from back home are content, some are not. Some girls back home, they are so influenced because they want to have bones straight hair, they want to carry iPhone, they will go into stuff, illicous deals with men. You know what I'm trying to say? So you cannot really change people. And some of these people, again, is from where they come from. Some of their parents are the ones that are pushing them into this thing. So it's a whole different, multi-faceted kind of thing. And again, like you said, Cici, when people come here abroad, like a kind of jar, like some people like they're so excited. I see some of them. I also laugh.
Sorry,
like,
it's Honey Babe. It was Honey Babe.
Honey Babe. Sorry, like
that's
when
okay,
they
no
see,
problem. We sound a lot the same, yeah.
So when they see like, oh, I'm abroad. The way even when people are so excited, I'm like, you don't know what is abroad is, so don't be jumping up and down. You don't know what is going on. Do you understand? So some people are able to, just like the way we're on this platform, and you can see that we're able to go beyond the surface, and we're all obviously very deep people. All of us here, Cici, Honey Babe, Uncle Beno, Brother Dio, you can tell that we're very deep people, that we're not just on the surface, but we must realize that some people are not like us. A matter of fact, majority of the people are not like us, because if you listen to some of the social media content commentary on some things that are trending, you ask yourself, are these people normal? Are they really? These are people, fathers and parents, and are you for real? How can somebody's father say this? But they're saying it because they're shallow. They're just looking at something from a very shallow point of view, and they run with it. So I'm not worried about what they will teach their children. So we have shallow parents teaching shallow children, about no values at all. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from. So all this is coming a sense of no values, people being easily influenced, people not having the right upbringing. So when they now come here, like someone just said, money exaggerates everything. So someone that has that poverty mindset, someone that has that mindset of not being content, someone that has that mindset of having low, shallow values, when they make money, it will show the way they behave with the money. Do you get my mind to say? That's why you have some celebrities that when they have the money, even here, they are calmer. They're like out of control. So it's just a I think is a value system thing actually, and it's person to person.
Did you see that video? Sorry, I think we haven't heard from Uncle Diano in
Oh,
a
sorry,
while.
goodbye.
Did you see that video? Sorry, Uncle Diano, 1 second. Sorry, sir. Did anybody see that video from the Cake Festival in Lagos?
Cake festival?
Yeah, I saw it. It was crazy. I saw
it. So there's a trendy event where you're meant to take your own cake. You're meant to bake a cake. Take it to this event. So the conditions to come into the event is everybody has to have a cake.
Oh,
so
okay.
Usually the bakers use the opportunity to show off their skills, different kinds of cakes and stuff. So they've been doing it. They've done it in Australia. They've done it in America. They now decided to do it in Lagos. Obviously, instead of the Lagos people,
it was terrible, Abby.
Instead of the condition to be bring your cake, the condition was this is how much it is for a ticket. Those that have a cake, bring a cake. The only reason why everybody has to have a cake is so that it can go round. That's the idea, right? If everybody has a cake, there's an incentive to be careful and just take a slice. So once it was time for them to start grabbing the cakes from the table, I need to send that video.
I was going to put it in the group, I was going to put it in the group.
The way Nigerians were jumping and grabbing cake with their hands without the spatula, without the knife, it was such a pain to watch. It was so embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
And what I realized about that whole thing is that a lot of Nigerians, just to buttress your points, a lot of Nigerians actually operate from a scarcity mindset. You don't think that there's going to be nice things. My mom used to say something in Igbo. I don't like speaking Igbo because I feel like I'm going to butcher it, but I understand Igbo perfectly, but I'm going to try. Please don't laugh at me. She always says, Ife dimma adi agwago, something like that. Like,
exactly.
In the market, right? They have the
Kasongo,
Oh my God.
Was that you, babe?
Don't laugh at my Igbo. They have the mindset that the nice things on the market are going to go extinct. But you need to have the mindset that things on the market, they're going to be nice things every single time. That video was embarrassing. And I think most Nigerians actually operate from a scarcity mindset. And we see this even with our moms in some situations. You go for parties, you mothers fighting for souvenirs.
Or you and fighting for rice.
Or fighting for rice. Yes, you know, what these buckets now I want to collect? We have plenty buckets at home.
At home, you're not doing exactly.
So what's the point of struggling for these things? So many other people need these things better than you. So I think it's just kind of ingrained in us. Yep. But yeah, if Uncle Dayo has anything to say, please.
Abby, can you call me last one?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Everybody finish speaking.
No, I've not spoken. No.
Please, Uncle Dayo.
Please, I want to say something, please. Thank you very much.
I'm going to talk about the cake if I can.
Sissy, please, I want to say something, please.
Honey babe, please.
You say what?
I said after Brother Dayo.
Okay, Uncle Dayo, can you go next? And then Dr. Adama, please.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I just want to take it off from where you stopped. You said that this cake thing, I will use it to now respond to what Dr. Adama said earlier on, because I want us to really address that question. Dr. Adama was asking, what are the things that the female gender are not doing right when it comes to this issue of Dr. Zoe's comment and all. But before I go into that, I want to take it off from that cake issue. I think practically you said it all, because there's kind of a scarcity mindset And it's not only scarcity mindset, it is a kind of having a delusional mindset that most people, not all, some women carry from Nigeria when I get to the diaspora, what is at the back of their mind is to come and make it big. They want to make money and they want to make it big. And that was the reason why, knowing the vulnerabilities of the West, knowing that the West empowers women, the West gave power to women more than the man, and that the West also encourages everybody to strive and succeed, they come in with the mindset that they are coming out to succeed. Marriage to them is secondary or just a means of getting across to the West. And once they are there, they pursue their dream, which is to become rich. And the moment they are rich, they now start using everything. Not all of them, I'm just saying some of them, they now start using everything to get what they want. And if not for the government of UK that made the law, there was a time in the UK that you will hear that they come from Nigeria after working. The man that has been laboring, that has built his house, that has gotten his house, because of the law favors them, they will come up with one excuse or the other. They will create a fight. The police will be called in. The man will be sent off from his own home, and they will take his property. And then it now became a trend to the point that the UK government have to make a law that, okay, since they are saying that this thing is now become like a standard for almost every Nigerian woman that comes into the UK to come and marry their fellow Nigerians or even UK citizens. They now made that law that if your spouse has to leave, you too, you are leaving. If you notice, you've not heard of any case like that in the last 2 or 3 months or ever since they made that law. That has died natural death. It's because of the mindset of this. Oh, yeah. Uncle Ben, please. That thing has died. It has died off. But now back to what Dr. Adama said, because the reason here is that, yeah, we have exhausted the man's issue. Why some men are doing what they are doing, insecurity, lack of leadership. Yes, it is true. But the women themselves, let us not forget that the idea of making it at all costs by some Nigerian women, because they are coming from poverty and they don't want to remain there. They want to be the liberator of their family back home. They want to be that independent woman. And then, of all gender, women are the one that compare themselves with themselves most. Unfortunately, it's supposed to be men, but women are taking over that battle from men for so long that now, do you know that women looks at women more than men looks at the woman? It's a truth. Women looks at women more than men looks at women. Now, it will surprise you that a man and a woman is walking on the road together, and a lady passes, and you will hear the woman telling the guy, do you see what she's wearing? Her shoe is off, her bag is not right, she's not supposed, that was about last year model, she's supposed. And the man just see a beautiful lady dressed well, but women will dissect everything to the core. These are the issues here. So women don't learn, they don't want to be under any man. Let's face the facts. I'm sorry. They just don't want to be controlled. Because where they are is a land of freedom, they want to be free. So far they are making their money, they just want to be free. They see marriage as a barrier. They see it as a setback. They see it as unnecessary evil. Since they have used it to got what they want to be free. That's why you see many of them, after 2 years or 3 years of marriage, they say they want to divorce, even in the US. And the next thing is that they're going to defy the man's property and give them what did not even work for. Of course, it is the law. I blame those stupid men that not have a prenup before they got married in the first place anyway. But whatever it is, this is not to excuse some bad behavior in men. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to balance this thing out. Some men are terrible and they should be dealt with. But some of these women too, they have a case to grind. They are out there trying to destroy somebody else's life to get what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dio.
Thank you, Uncle Dio. Can I say something real quick?
Uncle Ben, beg us, tell us, please.
Oh, the boss has come.
Uncle Dio.
The
Thank
boss
you,
is
Uncle
here.
Dio. Uncle Dio, you deserve a Dom Pedro. Women are the problem. Women are too observant of what
my
other
God.
women put on. See, he get one day, my madam almost won't chop my neck off. We were watching a video, a wedding video, and one woman wear this cloth where the shoulder go drop, the bobby they show. So I was criticizing it that how can she not know that this cloth did not fit, that the shoulder is falling? And my madam look at me like, that is fashion.
It's
That is
called a
the
Bardo
it's
shoulder.
called what? Bodo waiting.
It's called Bardo, isn't it?
Wait be Bodo. Anyway, he began to dissect this cloth, and it wasn't making sense to me. At the point, she was like, "You are so annoying." She just carry her thing, just waka leave me there, and I'm like, somebody wear cloth where the shoulder won't fall off, or the bobby won't fly out. You say na fashion. How is it fashion? And I'm saying that for you to know that true. Even an introvert as a woman is also analyzing other women waiting their wear. Women get issue. That is why we are doing today's show. And I no agree address that issue where women they get. Mona no verse. When he reach my, I have one question for everybody. No verse.
Uncle Ben, do you see the reason why you always get bad boys? Because see how we've been having peace. Now you've come in, you start making his woman issue. This is why you always have bad boys.
Uncle
See
Ben
how
is
everybody has been
intentionally.
very happy. Everybody has been getting along. You've come in now, you want to spoil everything. Anyway, please, it's CC's turn, please. And also, can we please address the question that Dr. Adama asked? I think we kind of deviated talking about cake. My fault. I'm sorry. So CC, please help us
Okay.
address what Dr. Adama also asked.
So we're talking about what are we as women not doing, or what we're doing that's wrong, that could be contributing to these marriage breakdowns, right?
Especially when we come to the diaspora. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I think a lot of the times it comes down to who are the people that you're marrying. A lot of social media spaces currently, there are a lot of women pretending that they're feminist. But as we've said several times, these women are misandrists, okay? So misandrists are people or women that do not like men for whatever reason. It could be trauma. It could be maybe their boyfriend did something, one thing. They don't like this guy because of these. Also many things, but at the end of the day, it comes down to some form of trauma that they've experienced from the opposite gender. And they're now carrying this one woman or a multiple women vendetta against men, and they've made it their campaign. So I feel like if you're marrying a woman with that type of mindset, some of them, they still want to get married, they still want to have children in an African setting. Most people are going to want to do that, right? So if you happen to marry a woman that maybe doesn't genuinely like men because of some traumas inside her, then you're going to have these problems where it's possible that even if you're doing everything that is possible as a man, you're providing, you're taking care of the kids, she'll just always find something to have a problem with or find a way to frustrate you in the relationship. That could be a reason, okay? So I could say that could be it. Another reason could also be a lot of women are coming from trauma, okay? So when you don't know better, you tend to just continue the pattern of behavior that you've always lived in. Some people have grown up in toxic environments and they're not going to put in the work to do or to change. So they continue that cycle of whether it's verbal abuse, maybe abusing their husband, abusing their spouse, nothing the man can do is good enough. They'll be, finding problems, any little thing, they'll find a problem. They don't know how to resolve conflicts. Okay. So that could be another reason. And I feel like if you haven't had an example in your household of a positive, healthy relationship, then even as a woman coming into a relationship, you don't really know what the standard is for yourself, right? And maybe you don't know what the standard is in terms of, even if something looks good for you, you may perceive it as it's not good for you because that's not what you're used to. You're used to struggle. You're used to always having somebody cheat on you. You're used to somebody abusing you. So you're already self-sabotaging that relationship before anything happens as a way of protecting yourself. So I say that those to me could be the reasons why maybe some women are coming into situations, marriages, and when they come abroad, because obviously the law is on your side, most of the time women are on your side, it's easy to paint a certain narrative coming from those trauma responses that will make your marriage look like, oh, the man is the worst person in the world, when really you're the one that's frustrating the man in the marriage. Okay. And then the public will just perceive it like, yeah, the man is the problem. So that could be another thing as well. Aside from that, like I said, I don't know any woman who's been treated well or who's mentally okay that enters a marriage and then decides to frustrate the husband just out of nowhere. I've not seen it happen. It doesn't happen. So for me, I'll always come back to the point where there has to be something broken somewhere for there to be these issues. And then I feel like we were talking about money before. Money then just kind of amplifies those problems and makes it worse. So I think we need to look at our backgrounds and how people are being brought up. And I think a lot of the time people are just operating from trauma. They get into relationships. There's things they've never resolved. There are things that they don't realize will be a problem. And then when you're having to accommodate another person, those issues start now to surface to the top. I've been in that situation myself. I can say I've not dated somebody in terms of I've not come from like
no cake, no entry.
Oops, who's doing it? You want to play the video? Play the video, because this video, I just turned it off. I was so disgusted.
There was such a variety of cakes: tiered cakes, sheet cakes, layer cakes, fruit cakes, chocolate cake, biscuit cakes. So many options. I made a chocolate layer cake with toasted coconut buttercream and a passion fruit curd, and I'll share the recipe for that next week. But it was such a gorgeous afternoon. The rain held up for us, and now I have a giant box of cake to work through.
Obìnrin, women. Okay, over to you guys.
So that is abroad versus Nigeria, pretty much for the cake.
Yeah, so you had the London.
Come again now.
Can you finish?
Yeah, the London one. The first one was the London one. I think it's probably Hyde Park, and the second one was in Lagos. You can see the distinct difference between the London one and the Lagos one.
Sorry, yeah, those are my points.
Can you finish what you were saying?
Those are my points. I think why there may be issues for women coming and when they get married abroad. So yeah, that's my contribution.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dama. You're next, please, and then Honey Babe afterwards.
Honey Babe can go. Then let Honey Babe go. If Uncle Ben wants to go, because I have 4 things that I'm going to address. So Honey Babe can go.
All right, cool.
Let me go, please. Let me go. Yes.
Okay, Uncle Ben.
Thank you, moderator. On the issue of respect, my question is, why do modern women struggle with respect? Why? How come when y'all got to this abroad, the first thing you want to take away from your man is respect? And I'm still with Otedola when he said your husband is your boss. You don't go to work and disrespect your boss. Even if the boss na coconut head, you go still manage him like that. How come when it comes to husband, Niger husband, African husband, women will start flexing their muzzle?
Sorry,
why?
Can I respond to Uncle Beno before? I don't know. Can I just respond to him?
Of course you can. Anytime you want anything that has to do with tackling Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, let's be realistic. You and I come from Nigeria. At least we still get Nigeria inside us to an extent, right? And then we still know what's up. In that same Nigeria, a lot of women, when they marry them, they also disrespect their husband, right? Like, we see it a lot. So women that will start fighting their husband, cutting him out of the road, whatever it is. Somebody else get married, they start fighting, But guess what? That society, what the man does in response is either to raise his hand and push her down, right? Then he calls his family members. Can you imagine this stupid woman I married? His sisters will show. His mom will show. And in some cases, they will join hands to oppress her to the point whereby she now understands that they are the boss, right? So it's not as if the women just come here all of a sudden and they start disrespecting. It also happens in Nigeria. There are a lot of cases whereby you see people that get married. There have been a lot of family meetings. Say, we just married this woman. She's still raising her shoulder up. And then the sisters will be like, can you imagine? How dare you? Who do you think you are? You bring down your shoulder. You see the bullying that happens in Nigerian marriages, right? These women still rebel against their husbands. They still rebel at whatever, but they have a structure of humbling the women with time After a while, they get with the memo because either they get mass boss or they get abused, maybe financial abuse, or sometimes the man's family will be the one to deal with her, whatever it is. But they don't have those sort of structures in Nigeria. So let us not go like every woman in Nigeria is respectful. Hell no, it's not true. Most of them are very disrespectful. The only reason why they're not talking is because the society there, even if you call police will blame you as a woman for disrespecting your husband. Nobody is there to give you any kind of power. Do you understand? So when they come here and they have so much power, they just bring the same behavior here. And then there's nobody that is trying to suppress them. So it looks like they're out of control. But trust me, back home, a lot of women are out of control, but there are systems in place to control them. Maybe as a new wife, over a period of 1 to 2 years, you would get with the memo. For example, I had my brother when he was trying to get married at some point in time, and one of my daddy's sister introduced him to this girl, and my brother was like, "Man, this girl, she's a high flyer. She's very high up there, like as NYC person. She's doing this, she's whatever. I don't think I can cope or whatever." Do you know my auntie told my brother, "Auntie not a man. When you marry her, you will press her neck down." That's what I heard her say to him. Press her neck. Push her down until she knows it's your wife. Show her. I'm like, wow. I'm like,
Blood of
oh my God,
Zachariah.
auntie.
Are you for real?
I'm for real. I'm thinking these are things that happen for real. My auntie, my daddy's last sister was telling my brother, "That's not a man. What do you mean? How can a woman press her neck? Break her?" I'm like, yay. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Whoa. So these are the things that they tell men on how to, suppress women. I've heard these stories over and over from different sides. Some sister-in-law say it, brother-in-law say it. How dare you talk in our presence? Do you know who you are? Your wife. Shut up your mouth. Do you understand? As in, they will gang up on you. So after a while, the system now kind of molds you into what they think is submission, which is subjugation. So let us not think that these things don't happen. It happens. In some cases where the man is people say the man is weak. You have women that still abuse their husbands on the streets. They call him names, drag him out. We see it all the time. What are we talking about? It's just that system doesn't have a step where women are rewarded. Maybe the government will give you a house if you your husband, whatever. But it still happens, So let's not make it look like these women just fell out of the sky. And again, to address Dr. Adana's issue, yes, some women do have issues. And again, it comes from even something that Sisi even said, trauma, right? A lot of women have come from traumatic background. So when they come into marriage, they come with their boxing gloves fighting. It's wrong. But it's a trauma response because maybe they've seen their mom go through a lot, or their aunties or women, and they go like, you know what, this is not going to be me. So they come into that marriage ready to fight, right? And that's where the leadership of the man now comes in. Some of these women, yes, I agree, they don't have, you know what? That's why I always like a statement that Amaka always says on TVC, "Man, know thyself." Some of these women, they know they don't want to be married. They know they don't want to be married, but they don't have the boldness to admit to themselves or to their family that they don't want to be married because it's a taboo to say that, right? So they just go with the program, marry somebody, and then with the hope that, once I have all my kids, I'm going to leave him. Because they even say it in our society. When you want to leave, say, no, just stay, marry, have all your kids with the man, then you can leave. I've heard this kind of advice before, given to women. Have all your kids in one place, then you can leave. So the problem I have, is everybody still hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, we can.
The problem I have is I don't understand why these women cannot just live in peace. I mean, if a guy brings me abroad and I feel I don't want to marry again, why do I have to take his house? Why do I have to? I mean, that one is just evil. Like, why do all that stuff? Especially for women that already have some kind of income. Maybe you are a nurse or whatever it is. Why are you taking a man's house? Like, what is that for? Why are you doing all that extra stuff? Just live in peace, Go do, you can afford to take care of yourself. Go do your thing. Why do you have to punish them? I don't know, but that's the only part I really don't like. I don't like when some of our women become too vindictive. And it also shows back home as well. Some women, when they get angry or they're being vindictive, they can do things. Maybe in Nigeria, they'll go to Babalawo's house or something to destroy somebody, or they tell a secret about a friend to pull them down. It's just a personal thing. If you're a vindictive person in Nigeria, you'll be a vindictive person in London or US. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know why they have to go to that extent to destroy the person, but I hope they find the peace they're looking for. But I don't support that. If you want to live quietly. I mean, You can be amicable. You don't have to, make it all such a big drama. But let's not let's not just fool ourselves that women in Nigeria are respectful. Hell no, they are not. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Abby,
Over to you,
Abby,
Abby.
is it my yeah?
Dr.
Oh,
Dama, yes, please.
Honey babe, have you spoken on the cake thing? You said you wanted to
No, I
speak
hadn't
about it.
spoken, but you can speak.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You can speak.
Um,
After you speak, I'll speak.
I mean, with the cake thing, that's pretty self-explanatory. There's nothing more to say. I just wanted to basically show context in terms of what happened in London and what happened in Nigeria. Is the video says it all. There's nothing more to say. But in terms of in terms of this whole thing, I think definitely, I've said this before, I say this all the time. No one has any business getting married if you have trauma. The problem is a lot of people have trauma. Like I said, Nigeria happens to you. I've never been brought up in Nigeria, but like I said, Nigeria has a way of exerting its thing, its handprint on you. And there's a lot of people, that men and women, that have trauma or have had certain incidents or relationships. The ideal thing is to accept you have issues and get the necessary help, whether it's getting counseling, which is in the community is another taboo. It is what it is. So I think the issue is a combination of trauma and the fact, like you said, there's so much pressure in getting married, where instead of them to say that, you know what, I'm not ready, I've got trauma, they would rather give in to societal pressure and family pressure, get married, and then you have this big boom, boss bass in the relationship. And I think that I always say this is that, unfortunately, a lot of our experience makes us biased when it comes to relationships, whether seeing our parents going through their own boss bass, seeing friends and family going through their own boss bass, and then at the same time, that bias and that kind of like, I will never let it happen to me, you have boss bass. There's a combination of many, many variables, but definitely trauma is another thing. And definitely from the point of view where I always say, I know people think it's cliche, communication, growing together and building together is a key thing. Coming from Nigeria, I say this and I say this again, I implore people to really understand the society that you want to now live in. Coming from Nigeria, you need to understand that there's a different way of life. Nigeria is you're able as a man to get away with certain things because of the patriarchal framework of Nigeria. In the UK, there is a different mindset. So I think men and women need to understand the way it works in the UK. I personally think that there needs to be a manual for people coming from Nigeria to the UK about the way things work in the West and the way that your mindset should be. But I definitely think that for me, the main thing is that broken people hurt people. And I think that's definitely a thing in our community, where there's a lot of us that are walking with trauma and are walking into relationships and marriages with trauma in them. And I think there's definitely a lot of healing that needs to be done. And I definitely think that was it oh my god, I've forgotten who it was, but I think one of the panelists, I'll remember in a minute, sorry, was saying to the fact that someone was a boss baby and the auntie was saying, oh, you can press her down. I've heard that in many, many settings. I hear a lot of things. I hear a lot of things. I laugh because people assume that I can't hear stuff when you speak in Yoruba. I can, but if you speak it slowly, I do get the gist of it. And there's it's unfortunately a lot of this mindset where a lot of the women are encouraging the men to oppress, to break down, and to basically degrade women. And it's quite disappointing that our own women are encouraging men to do that. And so it comes, film girl. Thank you very much, CC. And it's quite discouraging because you would think that as a woman, you wouldn't advocate and encourage men to do that. But I think definitely the key thing for me is trauma. And I say this again, you have no business getting married if you have trauma. Get the help that you need. Because like I said, broken people hurt people.
All right, Dr. Adama, you want to go now?
Honey, babe, are you done?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I should have said that. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I asked that question because sorry guys, I just I've been busy, so I just got home. So let me settle down. All right. Now I'm going to address this. I'm going to address this in one, two, three, four, five, five. I'm going to start
Ah,
with money. Yes,
Dr. Dama, don't
Ben.
tell me you actually make a note.
Oh yes, Ben.
Make I,
Okay.
Boss,
Okay.
are you shocked?
Make I go carry my Don Pedro. This one go long. Over to you, Dr.
Okay.
Adama.
I'm going to start with let me start with communication. All right. So for those of our viewers that are listening, I want to say this. The question I asked was, why is it that when our women come to the diaspora, they change? As much as yes, we know these men are not what they need to be, but once they get here, they change. Now, I have to say this. One thing the diaspora does is expose. No matter how solid of a foundation you think your marriage is in Africa, when you come here, you're going to have to relearn a lot of things. And it's going to bring out a lot of aspects in your marriage that you never knew existed. So let me start with communication. In order for you to stay here in the diaspora with your partner and make it, you constantly have to communicate clearly. When I say communicate clearly, communication means when the one is speaking, the other person is listening. You don't have to agree, but you need to recognize where that person is speaking from and you understand. Most of the times when we communicate like we respond when someone says something that makes us uncomfortable. We just want to respond without even understanding what they are talking about. And this is a lot of times what happened in our marriage. We do not communicate properly. That's the issue of communication. And when it comes to work, our work ethic is very bad. Very bad in the sense, if I was to rate the Nigeria work ethic from 1 to 10, we are 10. We are overwork. We're overwork in the sense that we don't know when to turn it off. Every time we stay on. And guess what? When you leave a computer on for a long time, it's only a matter of time it's going to overheat. And we need to learn to turn it off. And this is where money comes in. We are overworked in the sense that we work. A lot of us don't know that you have to work to live and not live to work. So when you see a lot of us come here in the diaspora, like someone said, one of the panelists said, they've sold everything. And the first thing, as soon as they hit the United the diaspora, all they're thinking about is accumulating that wealth. And you're just getting here, you've not settled it down. Your goal is to to accumulate what you've sold or you've gotten rid of. So we need to have a healthy balance when it comes to work. Because guess what? As a medical practitioner, I'm tired of seeing women in their 30s on high blood pressure medicine and at the same time stroke. It's sad. Nurses, you all are doing too much. Too much. You guys walk around the clock. You don't know, like, you have a goal. I've heard to the point that some of you have a goal of every week what your target is. And at the end of the day, you're burnt out. Everybody wants to drive a Mercedes. And I'm asking, what is wrong with a Kia? Must you drive a Mercedes? Is the point not finding something that will get you to point A to point B? Must you drive a Mercedes if you know you cannot afford a Mercedes? So please, let's work on our work ethic. Because if we don't work on it, it cripples back to your health. Health in the sense that we're not sleeping enough. A lot of us have normalized sleeping. You're in your 40s, in your 50s, you're only sleeping for 4 to 5 hours. And you think that's normal? That's not normal. That is not normal. Anybody that tell you sleeping 4 5 hours is normal for a human being, and the other, you are lying to yourself. It's only a matter of time you will break down. And when you break down, guess what? We all have cancer cells in us. That's where you see all this disease creeping and stuff like that. So let's make sleep a priority. Let's make exercise a priority. Let's make eating healthy a priority. Let's make taking care of ourselves a priority. So the next one I'm going to talk about is um, money. We tend to compare one another. I have someone come to my home, and all they were interested in is like, wow, how long have you lived here? This, that. And I'm looking at this person, I'm like, you just got here to the diaspora and you want to be on my level. Like, are you being realistic? Like, why are you worried about where I live? And she said, this neighborhood, she gave me the prices of the home. She looked up everything about my neighborhood. And I was like, wow, interesting. And I asked her, I said, now let me ask you something. Do you know how long it took me to get to where I am today? And she said, no. And I said, guess what? It took the grace of God and it took hard work.
Struck out with the cheap seats.
It took the grace of God and it took hard work. I am someone that believe in generational wealth. I come from a family that believed in that. And my dad passed that on to his children. A lot of us, what we invest in are cars and foolish things. No, I believe in investing my money. I don't like owing people. If I'm going to take out a loan on something, I have a means for paying for that loan. I want as much as I can to owe the minimum. Like, I don't like owing. And I told that person when we bought this house, when I bought this house, how much I put down. And she looked at me. She said, "You put that much down?" I said, "Yes," because I had a goal of how much I wanted. We wanted our mortgage to be. So what am I saying? We have a lot of our people who are professionals who are buying homes they can't afford and barely sleep in those homes because they are working so hard to pay for those mortgages. And I asked myself, how is that enjoying the fruit of your labor? How is that smart? So we need to reevaluate what money means to us because we have taken this social media thing out of content. The competition is crazy. Like I said, every Nigerian I know, every one of them, all they want to drive is Mercedes, Range Rover, Mercedes, Range Rover, Mercedes, Range Rover. For me personally, this is my personal opinion. A car for me is not an investment because the only car I'm interested in investing in is Rolls Royce, and I've said it, and Bentley, because those cars grow in value. So if you want to invest in a car, those are the cars you need to be looking at for me. So driving a Mercedes, you're going to be paying $600 every month. You don't own that car. You're paying for it. And guess what? Until you pay off that car, it's not yours. So be wise with what you're investing your money on. And the last thing, the other thing I want to say that ties to money is contentment. A lot of us lack contentment. We don't know how to be happy where we are. We are overworked. We put this pressure on our men. Here in the diaspora, I don't care if you have four maids where you're coming from. Here in the diaspora, it takes two income to survive and live a very comfortable lifestyle. So if you're used to your husband taking care of you, don't come to the diaspora. You're going to go, your ass is going to go to work if you want to live a comfortable life. So if you're used to the driver driving you up and down, having four maids, everybody doing everything for you, do not come to the diaspora because you won't survive. And that's why a lot of you, some of you, have problem cleaning your homes because you're so used to everybody doing things for you in the diaspora. I mean, in Africa. But here in the diaspora, if you want to pay for anything you want to do, if you want to live like Oga wife or Dogu's wife, it will cost you money. So let us be realistic with what we are asking for. So if you're someone that is used to being spoiled, being pampered, having this allowance, huh? When you come here in the diaspora, you have to work with your partner to achieve your goal. You have to work with your partners. You cannot be working and all you're interested in is HOA, HOOH, lace or whatever they call it, and all this ashebi that you'll be paying 3,000, 4,000 for. Every week you're going to a party, you're driving this, all these jewelries you have in your hand. Like, make it make sense. No. That's not how it works. Work with your partner. And if you feel that you married someone you cannot work with, before you guys come to the diaspora, divorce yourself over there. Because if you've been putting up with this rubbish while you're in Africa, you better suck it up while you're here in the diaspora. Shikina, you cannot come here and you want to turn overnight, change that man to something he's not, and you're becoming something he's not, and you expect both of you to, oh, accept it. No, you have to make some mental adjustments. And I repeat again, the diaspora is a place where, in order for you to live a comfortable lifestyle, you both have to join your income together, be transparent with what you're earning, and be content. Do not compete with anyone. If you know you cannot afford a house for 500,000, don't look at 500. Start little. Invest in a house that is 200,000, 100 and something thousand. Must you live in a house of 500,000? Because you see Ijoma living in a house of 500,000. Or Ijoma is driving this. Do you know what Ijoma did to get where she got to? So let us learn to be content with each other. Let us learn.
Kasongo, yeah, yeah.
Let us learn to mind our business when it comes to comparing people. Because guess what? Not all shoe sizes are the same. And let us learn to make our family a priority, because guess what? It saddens my heart to see the way our family are crumbling when they come here to the diaspora. It saddens my heart. It breaks my heart, because I start to ask myself, if we're people of culture and we believe in family and everything, why is it that when we come here to the diaspora, we are surviving, we are struggling with it? Something, we are definitely not doing something right. And as far as I'm concerned, you cannot put all the blame on the man. You, as a woman, have to take accountability for what you have caused and what you have contributed as something that made the marriage that way. It goes both ways. So for women, I would say this. Like Uncle Ben said, stop staring someone that wear a bow straight wig when you know you can't afford it. I've said this before. I am a woman. If I'm telling you to buy me a Chanel bag of $7,000, I can afford it myself. I can afford it myself. Quit asking for things you know your husband or your man cannot afford. Learn to
Mm,
be content to where you are in life. And if
mm.
you both work together and write down your goals and you guys work as a couple, trust me, the sky will be your limits. At the end of the day, you need to know who you're married to, and at if you feel as a person while you're in Africa, this man has been abusing me. If I come here, the first thing I want to do is divorce him. Trust me. America, I don't know about another place. America is a very lonely country. Whatever you want to become, America will help you become that thing. And guess what? I will tell you one thing. One thing I hate is being lonely. And another thing I hate is acting to be something that I'm not. So let us learn to work with one another. If you know you're in a marriage, you're in a situationship, whatever it is, work together as a couple, work together as a unit. Like, know that you guys have to achieve a goal. Focus on your goal. Stop all this distraction. If you cannot take a vacation, just put up with it for temporary until you're able to do that thing. So I feel with all those things I listed, if we're able to do those things, we will have a great family. But who am I? I know nothing. I'm just speaking from my own experience. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, Dr. Adama, let me round what you said up with my own DJ skills.
I don't want peace. I want problems always. I don't want peace. I want problems always. I'm highly disappointed of Nigerian government because the Nigerian government were highly disappointed in them due to foreseen circumstances. Definitely, I'm one of those people approving. People should die in coronavirus. Kasongo, yeah, yeah.
Dr. Adama, thank you very much for that your take. Thank you, Film Girl, for your take. Cece, Honey Babe, my own baby girl Abby, and of course, Uncle Dio. Thank you, everybody, for your take. Now I am happy because I said, let's come here and talk about women and how they can manage their life when money and fame arrived. But all I saw was that my sister they changed am for me. At the point I don't even know where we are going. So when I first hammer my gender, well. And now when we now brought it back, like let's talk about women. You guys still bring it 100%. I love this balance. Uncle AB, we need to give Dr. Adama and all the panel today one Don Pedro each. You know, if you want Don Pedro, we're gonna give it to you guys. Honestly speaking,
We
when I
don't.
played, who say no one Don Pedro? Who no want Don Pedro?
All
Abi,
of us. I'm speaking on behalf of all the women. We don't want your Don Pedro. We
Thank
can
you.
keep
Thank
it.
you. We don't want any. Please, keep it.
una must drink my Don Pedro. I cannot be that bad that you are rejecting my Don Pedro. So the point is this, please. We know we African men, we have a lot to do. We have a lot of work to do on ourselves. But as much as every time we talk about men bad behavior abroad, me, I also they observe. Many of these men are not that terrible. The problem is just that when some of even they themselves as well as their wives, when they cross that sea and they get to abroad, and the moment they start seeing money, the dynamic changed. And that's why I was saying from the onset that do people really sit back and and imagine where they will be maybe 5, 10 years, and just imagine that okay, right now I am not rich, I still the hustle, but when this money comes, how will I move? Because I think these are part of the reason why we are getting all this wahala here in one marriage, one trouble there in another relationship, and all of that. And like everyone have rightly said, honestly, I agree with what everybody said on this topic today. I was just trying to put fire. But then Dr. Adama just like put the icing on the cake. Imagine a woman who is married to a man who is making 70 grand in a year here in abroad, and wife comes in. Maybe even nursing is overrated. Wife can have so many things they can do that can make more money than the man. But when that money comes, like Dr. Adama said, maybe the wife is now making 150K, 200K a year. The woman now decided that, oh, let us go and buy this $500,000 house because my friend Becky, don't you see their house? This person, don't you see where they live? We too, we have to live like that. At that point, when the woman is suggesting that they go for that high end property, she's making that decision based on her pocket that, okay, I'm making this money. Let's go do it. I don't think a lot of them are considering that this your husband is only making 70 grand and you have children are growing. And your husband, as a man, definitely he has his own baggages from Nigeria that he's carrying too. So now you bought the house. The house, when most time here in America, I don't know of any other places, but like here in Texas, when you buy a house and your mortgage is like maybe $3,000 the first year when you buy that house. Second year, trust me, your mortgage gonna jump to like 3.5. If the mortgage is 4,000 when you bought the house, the mortgage is going to end up being like around 5 grand second year because the taxes will be going up. And if you buy that house in an area that is still there is still ongoing development, you're going to pay more. And there's going to be maintenance fee. There's going to be all kind of bills that you don't see when you are going to buy that house. So now you buy the house, you upgrade yourself. Some people can say, oh, okay, let me just put our children in this daycare or that care. Now the expenses is all over the place. The man who was making 70 grand, who believed that it's okay with the 70 grand he's making, and that maybe probably when you are making like 60 or 70 grand too, there's gonna be relief. This is not 50-50. It's just the way it is. And I believe everybody agree that here in abroad, you need two income to survive it. So maybe the man in his brain is thinking that okay, if my wife is making 70 grand too, yes, we're gonna be comfortable. But now, because you're making more money as a woman, all of a sudden you have become a rich woman now. So you're making decisions that did not factor the man into it. And if you now come and say, babe, let's go buy this big house, and the man look at his pocket and say, I don't think that's a good idea. I think we can just make do with the 250K house. Now it becomes an issue. It becomes, why don't you upgrade? Why don't you go make more money? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Auntie B did one show yesterday, and I'm so happy. And the Auntie B nailed it yesterday. Men in abroad, we are going through fire. We just can't come out and begin crying. Sometimes they choke. And I've said this before too, that one thing I've noticed in this abroad, the hardest job a man can put upon himself is to be a responsible man. Once you decided you want to be a responsible man, you are done for, unless you figure out how to make more money. If you're not making more money and you want to be a responsible man, in fact, after a while, you go be like boy to your wife. And I know what I'm saying. I see many of our Nigerian men in this abroad. See their wife, see them. You go shake her and say, no, you no mash. You see some women, very beautiful, their skin. Caramel, a big, what do they call that? A skills. Caramel skill. It be like butter, it shine. See the man now. The man the man don't screw his face so you go see veins all over his head. Look at the man, say, if the man wear clothes, I'm sorry, I'm not putting people under the bus, but it's what I observe. Go to parties, make the man and woman, make the wear clothes come out. You see the woman go look so good, fantastic, fantabulous, so fresh. Look at the man go be like skeleton beside her, or the man go be like somebody will won't die between now and tomorrow. The point is, it is too much. It is too much of a load for men to carry abroad. It's not as if we are complaining. But you, as a woman, you make the money great. But did you factor in, how can I get my husband along now? It's not all men that are crazy that their wife earns more than them. Sometimes it is how the woman move when the money comes. Let's call it what it is. We agree, Nigerian men, we get ego. Yes, ego na our thing. We carry them for head, we carry them for shoulder. But when that money come bam like this, I've said it always, this abroad, every time, once I see those my smart sisters, even though when they just come, I already know the one will be saying in the next 5 to 10 years, she go blow. Because in this abroad, if you're a smart woman, you're going to make that money. Oh, you go make that money. But then, have you take your time to sit back and say, okay, if I move from somebody making 50 grand a year, and all of a sudden I become this person that is making 200 grand, how do my husband come in all of this? That's just what I'm saying. It's not like maybe, oh, Uncle Ben, you always coming for women. We can talk to men from now till tomorrow. The one will go here, go here. The majority will not go here, they no go here. But to be candid with you, my sisters, I am a man, and Uncle Dayo is here, and I know AB and other men are listening now. To be a responsible man is the most difficult challenge in this world. In fact, if you're a responsible man and you don't have a good wife that can actually manage your own health for you, if you don't have a good wife that can put her feet down and say, guy, you know, go pie, can't leave me with responsibility. Go to doctor or do this, do that. I know we've said it that people should go and do checkup, but sometimes some of these men, they hustle so much that they even don't care about some things, because some of them are in competition with their wife. Oh, my wife don't upgrade, I got to upgrade now. Hey, I got to meet up. All those comes in because probably Madame and him himself, they have not took their time to think when they were still down there, low income earners. They haven't imagined what it might look like. That okay, what if we upgrade now? If we start making this also amount of money, how do we balance all these things together? That's the point I'm trying to make. And I don't want us to always look at this thing as if it is men versus women or women versus men. I want us to look at it from the angle of how do we do better? How do we change this narrative about us? So, sisters, you got to help us. When you become that millionaire, even though we are driving Uber, I know say Dr. Adam, I know what we hear. Even though we are driving Uber, you got to carry us along. Go. That's my final take. Everybody, please drop your final.
What a Uncle Ben, please, you're not the moderator. I have one last thing to do.
Okay, no verse. I'm sorry, ma. Ma binu.
Yes, your apology accepted. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I have two questions I'm going to ask, and I would like for everybody to answer. And this is still in line with Dr. Dama's take, and just for us to finish. I think the conversation has been very balanced and very fair. So thank you, everybody. So my first question is um how do we ensure the man still feels respected and valued if the woman earns more or comes into wealth suddenly? Can we please start with Film Girl, please? Sis, are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, did you hear my question?
Yeah, how do you make the man feel
Respected and valued if the woman earns more or comes into wealth suddenly?
um hmm. It takes a lot of maturity for a lot for women to really stay stable or tethered when they enter into sudden wealth, because the word is sudden, right? It takes a lot, right?
Yes.
Of humility and all that. But just in case you're a woman of wisdom, you have wise people around you, you have the likes of Kubeno, mentoring you or something, or you have some kind of common sense. Um, I would say you have money, but you can actually, carry the man along so that you allow him to still make some decisions. You understand? Like you don't lord it over him that you have money. That should not be your conversation. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry to say, but at that point, you have to be very careful what you say. You have to be very, very careful. You can't just say things carelessly anymore. You can't reference money, like, oh, because of money, whatever. No, you can't say that, right? So you have to like talk in such a way that would not make him feel threatened, but also allow him to still be someone that can add value to your life. Even sometimes you might even know the answer, but tell him, you know what, honey, this is my job or this is my business. I'm having got a problem. What do you have any suggestions? How can you help me? So he feels needed, that kind of thing. He feels needed. You still all those kind of feminine power kind of thing, you still do your thing, all those things that Ola talks about and all that. But it also comes out to self-awareness. Like someone said, what does money mean to you? I think it was CC or something. What does money mean to you? Do you understand? Do you
Yeah.
see money as a way of uplifting your family, or is it time to pepper everybody, or do you have a poverty mindset? So all those things come into play. Not everybody, not only using woman, not everybody can manage sudden wealth. That's the truth. People misbehave normally. But in African culture, it's very heightened when a woman is misbehaving. But a man can, because he's a man. But unfortunately, it is what it is. So I think if you do make sudden money, I think at that point, if you're really a woman of wisdom and you don't know what to do, I think you should seek counsel. Like talk to somebody. That's the time you actually need coaching, because you need to become a different person. You need to become a different person, right? To manage your new status. So if you don't know what to do, I'll advise anybody to please seek out. You cannot afford it. You can afford to, go to people like Man of Prestige or Shola, wherever. Do you understand? To get
Yeah.
counsel on how you should move going forward, with intentions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sis. I'm going to ask the question again. It's for Uncle Dio, but I'm going to add something else on top. So the question is, if financial roles shift, how do we prevent resentment or insecurity from creeping in? Also, I'm going to add what am I going to add now? Actually, that's all. Uncle Dio, can you go please?
Thank you very much, Abby. I think Film Girl said something very, very critical, and I really appreciate her contribution to this, because it is not easy managing sudden wealth, not only for women, even for
Sorry,
men.
sorry, Uncle Dio.
Sorry, Uncle Dino.
Can you also add
Can
on
you also add on
how a man feels respected and valued as well, to my previous question about resentment, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Okay. Now, the only thing that will make a man not to now, let me quickly say this. Men naturally we have the mentality of a leader, of a provider, and of a homekeeper. That is, we are responsible for our home. Some men naturally feel threatened if their wife assumes that position or assumes that role. However, a wise woman suddenly coming into wealth should understand that vulnerability of the man. If before the time the woman gets some money, the man has been the one taking the bunch of the upkeep and everything in the home. Now that the woman is making much more money, the woman now steps up. Naturally, the man will be happy. But the challenge is always that some women find it very, very hard if they are taking the bunch of the household expenses because they're earning more. They find it difficult to still look at the man the same way. That's why wisdom comes in. What Film Girl said is one of the ways to really tackle the problems. But at the same time, also, one must also understand that from one person to the other, individual perspective over some matters are different. As you are now, Abby, by your class and by your status, there are some things that you not think of doing, or you not even bother yourself with it. Because why? You know your capacity, you know your capability as per finances, you know what you can afford and what you cannot afford. Are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
I'm just for an instance now. You may not be thinking of getting a G Wagon now. Not because of anything, but because you just look at it, I just can't afford it now. But when you get money, those things that you have not ever thought about that you'll be thinking about having, then that starts cropping into your minds. All of a sudden you want to get this, all of a sudden you want to get that. And let's not forget, money as a spirit. If you're not careful, once that spirit gets into you, it will make you lose your respect. In fact, that spirit always comes with pride. That's why that's why I like what Shimge said. It is not easy to control your character when it comes to sudden wealth. So for a man not to feel disrespected, a man and wife must be able to communicate. Communication is the key. If you and your wife have been communicating on a very, very good level before, by the time this money comes, even before the money comes, you will have talked about it. Then what the money come through your communications and through your talking to each other, it will not be an issue at all. Both of you will be able to manage it, and you just see it as a means to an end and nothing more. But if that gap, if that bridge is not there before, and the woman or maybe the man suddenly comes into wealth, that spirit behind it will push them against each other so much that the home may break. And another way to even earn your respect as a man in the home, never look up to your wife's money. I repeat, as a man, never looks up to your wife's money. You are the provider of the home. Keep providing. If you want to support, fine. Don't say because your wife is earning more than you now, instead of you to drop what you are dropping to keep the home, you say you want to back down because she has to come up and pay more. No, you are trading your birthright. Keep doing what you are doing. If she feels that we deserve something better than this, fine. A good wife she's there to support you as a man. She's your support. She's a support system. And once a woman don't realize that position and she goes elsewhere, that's where the problem comes. But you see yourself as the helpmate for your man, there will not be any issue with you carrying him along, even when you're making millions every month. So communication is the key. And the man himself understanding his position in the home and being a leader is very, very critical at this point. And lastly, anytime you see couples having issues when it comes to management of finance, is because one of them or either of them has left their natural position. Before money comes, somebody was managing the finance in the home. Let me let me let me break it down a little bit. If before money comes, the husband has been the one managing the finances of the home, for instance, now when money comes now, maybe through the wife, what stop the wife from still passing through the same channel for the man to manage? Except there are no communication between her and the husband. But if there's communication between her and the husband, okay, we used to earn $500,000, for instance, in a month before, and this is our budget for every month. This is what we are spending. These are the mortgages that we're paying. These are the things that we're doing. Now we're not earning $800,000 per month, for instance. Now, you must be able to have that, sit down and have that conversation. What and what you will do, the investments you want to get into, the plans you want to change, the things you want to improve upon, and the life you want to start living. Whether you want to change your home, whether you want to build on some things, whether you want to have some businesses structured, whatsoever, both of you should be able to plan it. And then the person that has been managing the finance should still manage it also. On the contrary, if it's the woman that has been the better manager of the money, let her continue to manage it. And humility plays the key. Humility plays the key here. One thing that I noticed is that every sincere child of God, the moment you have money, maybe because this is what happens to me. When you see me humble, please know that I've gotten some money. That's me for you. Having money humbles me. I don't know, maybe it happens to some other people like that, but me, when I have money, I feel humbled because I know that I must not make mistake. I'm much more careful when I have money on me than when I don't have money on me. But it may be the opposite for some other people. When they have money, that's when they want to, yes, I've arrived. Every club, they are going there, getting center table. They want to flex. That may be some people's nature, but if you are the type of person that you cannot manage wealth or you cannot manage sudden riches, please seek advice or allow the person that is better at the management of it to run the show. Why both of you plan and forge this way ahead? In that way, you will respect yourself as a husband, and the wife too will not feel disrespected. Both of you will have communications, and then both of you can be able to make good success of the money that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Dai. I was going to go to Honey Babe next, but I think she left the studio. So, Honey Babe, let us know if you're coming back. Dr. Adama, the question is, if financial roles shift, how do we prevent resentment or insecurity from creeping in? And also, how do we ensure the man still feels respected and valued if the woman earns more or comes into sudden wealth? Dr. Adama, are you there?
I think Dr. Adama is busy or she has left already.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
should I?
it's just Film Girl and Uncle Dayo, and I think Uncle Dayo just so Film Girl. If Film Girl can give us her last take, we don't spend our here. Now small
I
thing
have
we won't do, you don't expand.
I have one more question for, and let this be the last take as well, if you don't mind.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so what safeguards do we need? So example could be budgeting, joint accounts, agreements to make sure that finances do not harm our relationships. I'm going to repeat my question. What safeguards do we need to ensure finances do not harm our relationship? So examples could be budgeting, joint accounts, agreements. What's your take on that?
Okay, basically, what works for everybody is different. But one thing I would recommend is this. I've spoken about single income household multiple times here. I even said I was going to do a show where I can break it down for people to understand. My main recommendation for couples in diaspora is to practice single income household. What I mean by single income household is that you both know what you are making and you both know your expenditures. And at the same time, you both know what goal you want to achieve in the short term and in the long term as couples. Now, everything you guys are doing should be within the confine of your single income household. And this is what I mean. If wife is making 150K, husband is making 150K, that means your household has an income of 300K. So you're buying houses, you're buying cars, kids going to college, you want to do investment, you got insurance here and there. Everything you were doing, it should be done within that budgetary range of 300 grand. Now, 300 grand is a lot of money. Maybe that is in a different class. Let me bring it down to people who might be in the average as Africans living in diaspora. Basically, now, what I see as average is most Africans, they earn between 60 to 70 grand a year. And that means they've gone to school, they've acquired more skills and things like that. So majority fall within that tax bracket of 70 grand a year. So if as a man you are making 70, your wife is making 70, when you remove your taxes and everything, the man might come back to maybe 55, wife also maybe 55. And if you want to apply the single income household, that simply means that you have 110 grand in a year. If you break that down to what you have monthly, it might comes down to maybe 4,500 per each. So it means your single income household is now $9,000. Now, remember I said transparency is key. If you are both transparent and you are working together as a team, you both know that if you have $9,000 coming into your house, both of you must have at least minimum savings of $2,000 every month. Now, you are not putting your income together. Please don't let us get that wrong. When I say single income household, I'm not saying that wife bring money, he carry give husband carry money, he give wife. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it from the point of view that you know what your wife make, your wife knows what you make, and you are both on the same page as far as your expenses and expenditures. So now, if wife likes, she put the money in her own account, you also put yours in your own account, but definitely you both know you're going to pay bills. And as a man, you know you're going to pay more of those bills because that's what makes you an Odogun. Then, as a wife, you definitely knows that if your husband is paying more of the bills, if you are a very prudent woman, it means that you're going to have more savings than your husband, even while you are supporting the husband. So both of you can come to an agreement whereby you have what you are setting aside for business, what you are setting aside for trust for the kids. If you're gonna be dropping, even if it's as small as $30 every month in a trust for your children, you both know that is ongoing. Now, when you want to make your next move, if the wife is the one who want to move forward, maybe go back to school to upskill, then you still both work together towards that. So that's the only recommendation I can give you because that is what works for me. And I can't recommend what I have not practiced. What I know work for me is that we have transparency. Wifey know what I makes from my regular job. I know what she makes, and I don't even care about what she makes. But we are both watching out for each other. We both understand that each one of us have dreams and aspirations. We have what we want to do, where we want to be, and at the same time, we have family to care for. So sometimes in fact, the moment you start moving into a home of your own, there's going to be some expenditures that will pop out of nowhere. For instance, your AC system might blow out one day. And if you're going to replace that system, it might cost up to, right now, I think the one I changed last month is about $15,000. So these are expenses you don't see coming, but now, boom, it's here. So now, even as a wife, you already know automatically that, oh shit, this 15 grand, oh, this is gonna put my husband back. Maybe I should step in somewhere. So you have to work together when it comes to finance. And that is why if you are working and you are operating on the principle of transparency, even if your wife is making 300 grand and you are making 120K, both of you are going to be living large because you are already in charge and in control of your finances. Now, if you as a man, you say, you know what? right now, I think before what a lot of people do right here in Texas is you go to the auction, you buy a bus, and then you start going to all these garage sales and the likes, and then you start stocking the bus up. Once the bus is fully loaded, you ship it to Nigeria. By the time you sell it, you are making times three of whatever you spend. That was a cool business for those who can go to school. And there are still so many other businesses you can put maybe $5,000 here, $20,000 there. Those businesses will be bringing little money, 500 here, 1K here, maybe another 2,000 here. And before you know it, you're going to realize that you really don't have to stress over nothing. You will even have enough time to enjoy your life as couple. You will be asking each other, if you see somebody working too much, you will ask the person, what are you working for? Which money you define where you they work round the clock? So it's all about being transparent and have one financial plan that works for both of you. Not that my wife is doing that. I said something earlier that if I'm earning 50K and my wife, you are my wife, you are making 1 million. It doesn't still take nothing away from me as a man. If we are both operating on that principle of transparency, and if I'm the man, I'm making 5 million, and you as my wife, you even decide that you are not doing jack. He is not supposed to take nothing from you. If we are working on the principle of transparency and one income household. So that's what I would recommend, Abby. Practice one income household. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Beno. So because Auntie Yinka Olori Yinka, sorry,
Olori is called Olori, not Olori.
Please leave my accents, my intonations alone. That's why you do pronunciation. Olori, everybody understands me. Because she just came in, Auntie Yinka, please, can you just give us a rundown generally of what we've spoken about? And then can you end your take pretty much with our questions? So I don't know if you remember the questions or if at some point you want me to repeat the questions, please let me know. But
Okay, so
just give a
go ahead.
summary of everything we've spoken about and then end with the questions that we asked. That I asked.
Okay. Starting from Dr. Zoe's posts, is that where I'm starting from?
Yes,
Or where?
please. Yes,
Okay,
please.
Dr. Zoe's post. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad I was able to jump on before the live ended. I just wanted to say that everyone has spoken well. In fact, I mean, and I know that everyone has learned a thing or two from all that we've talked about today. But I just want to take us back to the post that Dr. Zoe made about, the women, number one, the generalization was off, but I'm not going to dwell on the generalization because we already know what the issue is. So we're just going to go straight to what the issue is and forget about everybody being included, because if you know you're not included in all of that, then it wouldn't bother you. So I'm not just going to let it. We don't want that to overshadow what the main issue is. Now, going back to what Dr. Adama said, because I've written down in the comment section as well, just about the same time that she mentioned it. I always say something like, in this day and age, we're so enlightened here and in Nigeria. It's not just in America. It's not just in the UK. It's not just outside of Nigeria. People are online. They're reading all of these things. They know about domestic violence. They know about physical abuse. They know about mental abuse. They already know all of this. I always say something, and I'm sorry. I think sometimes I may be a little bit harsh, but that's part of me, because I realize that in our society right now, sometimes if you're not harsh with people, they don't hear you. And at this point, we don't need to sugarcoat anymore or try to play nice with people anymore. If you, as a woman in this day and age, you're in Nigeria, and a man is being abusive to you, you don't have. I mean, there are people like you that have two hands and one head and two legs. If you were not bold enough to carry your bag and walk, and you stayed there and played happy wife, happy life while you were there, while you were being bruised and run around, do not go to the UK or the US and turn 360. No, maintain the same energy. Maintain the same energy that you had in Nigeria and stay there. Because at this point, you're not going to use leaving Nigeria. If we want a change in our society, then we need to start doing it back home. If you know that the place is hot for you and you can't stay there in Nigeria because you've already read about it, you already know this is physical abuse. You already know this is emotional abuse.
You already know this is financial abuse, but you chose to stay there. When you get to the UK or you get to outside of Nigeria, keep the energy and stay there. Because at the end of the day, if you cannot do it in Nigeria, how are you helping the others there? If women start leaving abusive situations where they're actually walking away and the men see these women are not having it, maybe that's going to turn off a light switch in their head and they will start to do better. That's one part. Now let's go to the women that are actually getting married because of societal pressure, not because they want to. They don't like men. They do not like men, period. But they chose to get married because they want to have children and they want to have a marital status because they know that it gives them some kind of level of respect in Nigeria. But then you keep that in Nigeria and then you come here and then you see you can stand on your own here because now you can provide for yourself here, which you can in Nigeria, but you choose to be under a man and make the man's life miserable. But then you're submitting and doing everything that you're supposed to as just so you can get your way. But then you come here and things are looking right for you and you're making your money. And all of a sudden, everything that this man has now been doing for you is no good anymore. Because for me, since I was a little girl, I've been hearing the phrase, all men are dogs. So it's not a new thing for me to be hearing that now. But guess what? I vowed in my life that rather for me to marry a dog, then I'll be single and happy. And this was when they're talking about single motherhood and women being single, you know how the stigma is. You know how it is out there. People being stigmatized for that. But I said for me to, instead of being with a man that will brutalize me and make me not human anymore, I'd rather be single. Then I'll go back to God the way I came. Period. But if you know that as a woman, you do not even like men, you hate men, but you decide because you want children, you decide to play like a good person and marry this man, and then only to now be a demon in his life, God will punish you. That's just a fact. Because at this point, I've realized that our people, they don't like soft, when you're talking to them, like, you know, being calm and soft, they don't hear you. So at this point, we need to be calling it out the way it is, because I have seen that there's so many, I told Uncle Beno this, so many amazing marriages that I have seen, I have witnessed. And I see them and I use them as a moral compass, like, God, I know you can do this for them. I know you would do it for me too. I claim it. Every marriage has ups and downs. There is no marriage without its own problem. But there are problems that can be resolved and problems you need to walk away from. If you as a woman do not even like men to begin with, please, there's IVF. Go get IVF and get your children. Do not make the man's life miserable. Because there are some men out there, they're really good men. They don't like wahala. All they want really is peace. That's really all they want. So I don't like to downplay men's emotions, because a lot of these men don't even come out to speak. They speak within their circles when they're talking with their guys, but they don't really come out because we don't hear them. When they come out in the public and they say these things, we make jest of them and we mock them. But they're humans just like you and I. So at this point, women, the women that do not like men, please don't make the man's life miserable. You don't have to be married. If you're in America, if you're everywhere, even in Nigeria, be proud of it and go get IVF done and do whatever and handle that between you and God. It is not, I'm not the judge on that one. But don't come to this world and make another human's life miserable. And for the aunties that like to show up at parties every Saturday, every Ashwebi, you are wearing it. We know the kind of job that you do, and we know you don't make that much money except you're working 24/7. So how are you taking care of your children? How are you taking care of your husband? How are you being there as a queen in your home? How are you showing up for your family? Because we see you. For you to make the kind of money that you're making and you're out there 24/7, you're going to every party, you're getting on every flight and showing up for every Ashwebi with HOH. We know how much they cost. How much are you making? How many hours do you work? How many hours do you spend with your family? Who's raising your children? That's why we have a bunch of these children on the internet. They don't have respect. They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to think. They don't have any trace of emotional intelligence because you're not there to do your job as a mother. So please, we need to go back to the roots, because as Africans, we cannot shed that we cannot shed being Africans away from our blood. That is who we are. So at this point, we need to go back and figure out what is really, really important to us, both men and women. And like I said, Uncle B, I don't even like to address the men at all, because at this point, I think you guys, you men are doing an amazing job. Keep talking to each other. Let us as women address our own kind, because some of our women, they're doing too much and they need to calm the heck down. They need to calm down.
Oh, Sister Yinka, you must drink Dom Pedro.
No.
Yay!
So I just want to say, see, let me tell you, marriage is a beautiful thing that God created. He did not make a mistake when he made marriage. But there are people going into this union with wrong intentions. Number one, everybody goes into a marriage. It's transactional. Reason why I said so, example, myself, when I was dating my husband, one of the things I was looking at, okay, how good is this man? What can he bring in my life? What value would he be to me? Number one, is he kind? How does he address his family? How does he care for his sister, who is a woman, and his mom, who's a woman? How does he reference his father? How does he talk to people around him? When he has money, how is his behavior? When he's broke, how does he act? When he's around children, how does he show love to them? Is he one that just doesn't want to even touch children, or he's kind of at least approach children somehow? That was my own transaction. That was my own thing that I was looking for. Like, okay, he's good. Okay, he's this. So if there's something else that was a deal breaker for me and he didn't work, he didn't pass that level, then we would not be together. So what is it for you guys? What are you looking for? Are you looking for a girl that is, you're looking for a wild girl, but then you want to turn her to the one that stays in the home 24/7? You can't do that. Look for the kind that you want. Number two, women evolve just like men evolve. We are not machines, and we don't just stay the same. So whatever you find right now, you need to make sure that whoever you're with, both men and women, that the person that you're with is kind. The person that you're with is considerate. These are basic human nature, things that should just be basic as a human being. But there are some people out there, you already know this lady, this woman, you like her because she's always coming to you for money. She's always stressing you. Some men actually like girlfriends that stress them out. They will say the woman keeps them on their toes. Then you now turn her to a wife. They should become a bone in your neck. Because what you just saw while you were dating is going to be aggravated when you get married. Except that person decides to make a change in their own life. Bottom line, see, if we want to do better as a people, we can. We don't even need all these lectures about finances and all of that, because at the end of the day, if you're in a marriage and you truly love someone, you want to be transparent with them. You want to give them peace, both men and women, because women want peace too. Men want peace too. You want to be able to leave work and go home and just relax because you know your best friend is there. What are you looking for in a marriage? Who are you looking for as a spouse? Are you doing it for the grams? Or are you doing it because you want peace in your home? What are we really looking for? And please marry your kind. If you're in America here as a guy, please be bold enough to go out there and look for a woman that you like. Don't be trying to bring women in from Nigeria. You don't even know where they are. You don't even know what they do. You don't even know anything about them. Everything you're doing is online. I'm not saying some don't work out, though. A lot do work out. I'm just saying that it's better. At least you will see the market you want to buy now. It's up front in your face. You can travel and see each other anytime right here in the US if you're here or if you're in the UK. But if you're in Nigeria, you have to plan vacation. Maybe you see each other twice a year. Every other thing is communication via you're pretty much online, just talking. You don't really know the nitty-gritty of who this person is. Even to people that you still see face to face, there's some things that are still hidden, not to talk more of people that are far away from you. So all I want to say is that see all of these things about, how do we handle finances? How do we handle all of this? The reason why we are talking about it is because you were never on the same page in the first place. Because before you marry, you will even have a vision. Before you even say, yes, I do. At the altar, you would have had an idea of where you want your home to be when you marry. So at the end of the day, what do we want? All of this is small. We just need to decide as a people, as a person. You need to sit down and decide what you want for your life. But what I would say is marry your kind and marry who you know that is your friend. Whatever transaction you're trying to get, whatever it is you're trying to get from the relationship, stay on it. If it is for money, know that you're going in there for money, and that when the money depletes, there's nothing there for you anymore. Know that. So let's just be clear with what we want. May God help us all. But at this point, I'm done with sugarcoating. I'm done with trying to play nice. Done with that, all that nice talk. Because our people, we are smarter than that. We are Nigerians. We are Africans. We know. We are smart. We're intelligent. We just like to act dumb sometimes. So let's just get it right. Let's just get it right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Auntie.
Okay.
Can you? Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I thought a last person to go or something.
No,
For my last take. Okay.
Yeah. Auntie Inkus hasn't answered the two questions. Can you answer them briefly, please? And then we can also end with.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was the other question?
Okay, so the two questions are: how do we ensure the man still feels respected and valued if the woman earns more or comes into sudden wealth? And then the other question is: what safeguards do we need to keep finances from harming the relationship? So could it be budgeting? Could it be joint accounts, agreements? So just a quick take on both questions, and then we can move on for everybody else's last takes.
Okay, so my thought on if the woman is making more money, what you can do as a woman. Number one, I said something in the comment section about, sometimes like when you're talking, let's say the woman wasn't making that, as much as the man before. I'm a married woman, right? I know how I joke with my husband sometimes. I can say something to him, like say, maybe, oh, badun, like maybe you guys are just joking around, right? But because I know that the kind of relationship I have with him, right, it doesn't mean that if I happen to be making more money at a particular time or whatever, and I say the same thing, depending on who the kind of person that he is, if he has high self-esteem, which he does, something like that will not rub him off the wrong way. Why? Because I've always been like that to him, right? However, I know how I talk to my husband, right? So you already know we all know you will know the kind of man that you have. So another person can compare her own husband to mine, right? Because he's different. Even if he's a twin, he will still be slightly different every woman you just need to know the kind of husband that you have. Number one, if you came into money as a woman, even before the money was, how were you guys handling money? Because just because you have money now does not mean that things are going to change. Whatever you had before, it's actually just going to magnify whatever you had before. Were you friends before? Did you talk about finances before? Did you talk about the future before? What plans did you have before this money came, right? So whatever plans or goals that you guys had is what you will work with. Okay, you're talking about money now. If he's the kind of person that you know that your husband is very good with money, he handles money a certain way, you never had any issue with the way he handled money before, then there should be no reason why there's a problem with this sudden money. Now, I'm talking, when you're saying sudden money, right? Everybody's sudden money is different, right? I'm talking about sudden money like lottery money right now. I'm talking about sudden money like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, not even salary right now, right? But if we're talking about salary, then it means that I believe that your money, just like I say, his money is my money, right? My money is his money. It is our money. It is for this family. That is how we run our own home, right? And it works for us that way. It may not work for other people that way because maybe they don't have faith in the person that they are with. Maybe the person is not good with money. So whoever was handling the money and who does best with money should be handling the money for the family. But when you're not transparent, if there was no transparency in the first place before the money came, there will not be transparency when the money gets there. You cannot start something that you did not have when you didn't have anything. You cannot suddenly become a good person because you have money now when you were not really like that when you didn't have money. Do you understand? So it's not something as simple as how would you do it. But if you had the foundation of you guys already had a plan with how you wanted to handle money, and now all of a sudden, the money is even magnified. It's more than what you expected. If it means that you see someone in the financial field to help you guys set up a goal, maybe investments, start buying properties and stuff like that, then you can do that. But you would have had some kind of foundation before. Having the money all of a sudden is not going to change anything. It has to start even when you guys barely, when maybe the person was making like 30 and one person was making 40K per year.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
number
you
one.
so much
Yeah.
for
Then for, I think you're talking, what was the second one? I
safeguarding.
forgot again.
Yeah, how do you basically what are the safeguards you need to make sure that your finances don't harm your relationships? Like what would you do? Uncle Ben already explained, one income household.
Mhm.
What would be your idea or what would you advise?
I mean, yeah, I agree with Uncle Beno. And that's exactly, I think the two questions kind of marry each other, because my own thought is that you cannot start something you didn't have before from the foundation, right? So if you had even before that, if the man was making more money before you, and you had a one income household, just because she now makes more money, why do you now still not have the one income household income? One income household. What changed? The only thing that changed is that now she's making more money than him. It doesn't, the money is still for the family, right? I mean, that's the way I see it. Because
Yeah.
I'm not going to marry a man that is unreasonable with money. But if the other woman married a man that is unreasonable with money, maybe lavishes money or spends money anyhow, I would say God help you, because you have married your burden. Because you can't just change him all of a sudden, except he decides that he wants to change on his own. There's really nothing you can do. But if you have a good man, and when he had the upper hand financially, he carried you along, he was transparent with you, he shared everything with you, you guys spent the money together. When it is your turn and you now have it, it should not change. The respect should not change. The only thing that changed right here is that you're making more money. And if you are doing well as a wife, it is a pride for your family, which includes your husband. So what's the big deal?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, that's how I see it.
Okay, can film girl please go? Can you give your last take, please, and can you briefly answer the question: what safeguards do we need to keep finances from harming the relationship?
I don't know how I'm going to say this, but you know what? Brother Ben, Olori, even I've forgotten who the last person was. I talked about a perfect situation. Even Badodayo, like when a responsible man, a responsible woman, you do the right thing. But all this chaos we are seeing are happening in families where they are not friends or they are not responsible. You understand me? That's where the problem is coming from. I met someone, not recently, but I met someone in America here. And we became friends, and the conversation came up talk about relationship a lot. Not that we're just friends anyway. And then he told me that he can never discuss money with a woman. I said, are you the guy is doing very well, very successful. Like, so you mean you cannot talk about money with your wife before? He said, no, he cannot talk about money. Why would talk about money with her? That she should have common sense to know that she's supposed to contribute. She should know this. And then if she's not contributing, that way told me not contribute. That means you just kick her ass to the curb. I'm like, just like that. I say, yes. I like, but how about having a comment? I say, never. He can. We almost went into a fight about it. Say he can never do it. Right? And that is on one side. Then I now meet somebody on the other side that everything he earns, I don't know, at this point I was thinking it was Mujaz. Everything he earns goes to his family in Nigeria. Everything. Like the guy works 80 hours a week and almost everything goes to his family, built a house for his brother, his sister, like it's everywhere. And they was telling me, oh, I like to get married, have a wife that can help me out to carry the burden. And my man, I'm thinking, so you want to bring a woman that will come and be helping to lift your family up? How does that even work? Do you understand me? The problem here is that, again, self-awareness, know yourself. Some women would see this kind of men, right? And they will think in their mind, okay, maybe he will change, or I don't know what they are thinking. I don't know what they are even what is even going on in their mind that they agree to those complaints. Maybe they are desperate to get married or something. And then they now get married to people, and then it now becomes a problem, right? So we're talking about, maybe another session we'll have to talk about what happens when the man is not responsible, woman is not responsible, because that is the situations that I feel that I need to address, because all this balance stuff, oh, do the right thing, talk about budget, talk about this, that's for people that are reasonable. If you cannot have a conversation about money with the person you're trying to get married to or whatever, then what the hell are you doing? You should be able to talk about it, be very transparent. Oh, this is how I see money. We should use money for this, use money for that, use money for this. In case we start whatever, we are planning to go into this next income bracket. These are the things we should do. That is under ideal situations. But a lot of people, you'll be very surprised. A man or a woman, they have like what Lolo said. God help you. That's is it. So definitely there's going to be chaos. So I don't know whether this situation. I don't know, because if you're not with that kind of partner that you can be open with, and again, I said it before, the pride of our people, you know, some people just feel it's beneath them to talk with money with their wives or what. I don't know what it is. You can't sit down and educate the person. And again, if you bring a wife from Nigeria, a man from Nigeria, for example, they need time to acclimatize to, you know, the way money works around here. They're not used to it, that dynamic. So you can't just trust that kind of thing on them. You have to take that responsibility to educate them. It's harder for a woman to do that for a man, but it's easier for a man to do that for a woman. So that dynamic is there as well. But of course, if you are lucky, you marry your friend, both of you have very healthy conversations, both of you can work together, you can talk about everything. Even if resentment starts creeping in, you know, and you are really like a couple that you can really tell the person, I'm feeling a certain way, and I'm not happy, you know, like I really wish, you know, I didn't have to pay for this as a woman. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? I can talk about it. That you have that kind of healthy relationship whereby you can actually take the shocks of the truth, you know, truth telling between both yourselves, then good for you. If not, you're gonna see Olau or somebody because it's gonna be hard. And that's all I can say, because I've seen a lot of situations here, and people are actually getting married to these people, and I'm already seeing the problem. So the problem is already set before they even got married, but maybe they are desperate to get married, maybe for some, I don't know what it is, but or maybe they feel they cannot find anything better, but it is what it is. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Film Girl. On
Abby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was on the I was work. So sorry. I heard you calling me, but I couldn't say
Okay,
anything.
it's Honey Babe's turn. Dr. Dama, do you mind waiting a little
No,
bit?
no, no, no. I'm fine. I just wanted to tell you I'm back.
Okay,
So
all right, okay, it's Honey Babe has been back for a while. So Honey Babe, can you
Hello.
just round off with your last words, and also can you answer our 2 questions briefly so that I can let Uncle Ben? I know Uncle Ben is like, Abby, let's go. So please, can
What's the
you
first question again? Sorry, you're gonna have to
Okay,
refresh my mind.
okay, I'll give both questions so you can just address all of it. So the first question is, how do we ensure that the man still feels respected and valued if the woman earns more or comes into sudden wealth? And also the second part of that question as well is, what safeguards do we need to keep finances from harming the relationship? And I gave examples like budgeting, joint accounts, agreements. In your opinion, what do you think? And then you
In
can
my
also
opinion,
final take as well, so that we can round up.
Okay, for the first question, my understanding is that it starts from the foundations. From the time that you start talking to the opposite sex, from the time that you're intentional in your dating, and how it continues into marriage, these things have to be spoken about. What's really funny is that I love the way that Sister Yinka said stuff. This is how I used to be before, and everyone was like, I'm too harsh. But what I will I really like what Sister Yinka said, but what I will say is that it's a constant thing. Now, I always say this is that money highlights any defect or any flaw in a relationship. So if there's an issue with the relationship before money comes, of course, it's going to highlight it. And I personally believe it will magnify the problem. Like Sister Yinka says, if you are, and I've said this for a long time, transparency is the key to any relationship. And part of it is, I always say this, and I've said it quite a number of times today, one team, one dream. That is how your mindset should be when you get into marriage. you are a team. There has to be understanding. Thank you, Chucky. Understanding and respect. So for me, if you're transparent, if you're constantly respecting each other and understanding each other, there really shouldn't be an issue where there's issues regarding money and money come. Because for as far as I'm concerned, from the time that you're dating, you're not just going to dinner, you're not just going to parties, you're having intentional conversations about your future and how you want your marriage to be. There will be questions about, you know, finances, questions about how many children do you want to have, questions about, oh, I want to retire at a certain age. These are the type of things. I know it sounds kind of very kind of, oh, you're going beyond, but I think you're constantly talking about your intentions and your dreams as a unit. That is very, very intentional. So I think for me, this sudden question of, oh, how would you handle money? That only happens if you're going through the mindset of a majority of Nigerians, where you're marrying for the wrong reasons. You're marrying for the sake of marrying. You're marrying because of a certain age. They, you know, a lot of friends and a lot of people do it, including some relationships I have. You don't even talk in the relationship. You're just basically, you know, I've got a boyfriend. He does this. We're going out to dinner. Sometimes you see people on their phone when they're in dinner. They don't actually communicate. So you're going to have situations where, because of that, when you now go into that marriage, you're shocked when this person has a really disgusting attitude or has the attitude of, like Film Girl said, where the guy says, I will never discuss money with a woman. But because you have never got to know the person, communicated with them to know the type of mindset he has, you miss all of that. So for me personally, I think if you're intentional in your dating up until marriage, you're constantly having conversations about finances and other things, there wouldn't be this sudden shock. So if I win the lottery tomorrow and I'm married, my husband shouldn't be shocked and have a problem dealing with the fact that I've won £1 million, because we're a team, the dream team, remember, team marriage. There shouldn't be a shock because you're on the same page. And the fact that the way that you've been from point A, where you've been respecting each other, showing transparency, when you get to point Z, where you've won the billions of pounds or millions of pounds, there shouldn't be a change, because it's a natural progression. Because I always say this, that's why, you know, we have seeds, and we have seeds in the ground, and you grow seeds in the ground, and then you sow fruit or sow a harvest. If you sow good seed, i.e. foundation, and doing all the things that I've mentioned, rather than just saying I want to get married and not put in the hard work, which is the communications, the, you know, constantly, you know, constantly talking about things, dealing with conflict and everything else, you would not have a problem where one spouse, i.e. the woman, is doing well. Because, you know, if you've gone through the whole, you know, transition of the relationship to marriage, there shouldn't be a problem. I hope I've answered that question. And in regards to the second question, I think it kind of ties back to what I said in the first question. You constantly have conversations. Budgeting is very is very intentional, and that's an actual action. But I think it's communication. There's nothing wrong with showing you. To me, I find it weird when people say to me they've never seen their their wife or their husband's bank account. You've never seen how much they get paid. I find that absolutely weird. But there's a lot of couples that live like that. You should be totally transparent, because I find it really scary that you're in bed sleeping with someone that you don't trust. I find that really, really scary. So for me, I personally think total transparency and talking about things. Hi, Cece. Yeah, the show is still on. Sorry. Yeah. So it should be a case of total transparency, talking about things. I mean, like talking about practical things like, do we need a credit card? Okay. Do we need to upgrade our house? Having conversations about that. Okay. We've maxed out our credit card. We need to start paying off that credit card. Simple. It sounds really weird, but simple conversations about things like that. That will help you when it comes to finances. Because I think I will say there's a lot of our community that, I'm sorry to say, that are financially illiterate. And I think if one spouse is financially literate compared to the other, there's nothing wrong with the wife that is good at money helping the husband. And I think personally, having the collaboration as a team marriage, quote unquote, there shouldn't be a problem with money because you're both on the same page. It's an individualistic approach, because if you decide to have 2 bank accounts, do you? If you decide to have 1 bank account, do you again? I'm not going to go into the nitty gritties of how you do your finances in marriage. But I think as long as there's collaboration, as long as there's agreement, do you when it comes to money. But the main thing is being transparent and have communication when it comes to money. I hope that.
Yeah,
That's okay.
yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you, our
no
in-house
problem.
accountability.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
prefect. Thank you. So can we have Dr. Dam, are you ready? I wanted Uncle Dad to close off.
You wanted the okay.
Are you
Yes,
ready
I'm ready.
now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so can you just round off and just give us your final take? And also the questions are I can't remember my own question again. So the questions are how do we make sure the man still feels secure and respected when a woman comes into sudden wealth? And also, what is your take or your suggestion on how to, manage finance and safeguard finance in a way that it doesn't affect the relationship? And then your final take.
Okay, how to your first question, how to make the man feel
Secure and
safeguard, like
respected
secure and respected when you come into
when the
sudden
woman
wealth.
earns more or comes into sudden wealth. Yeah. And then your
Okay,
suggestion on how to manage finance
finance
so that it
and
doesn't
my
affect
finance
the
submission.
relationship.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, this is one thing I'll say. Like I said earlier when we started, what does money mean to you? And if you can define what money means to you, even if you come in and win the lottery, you won how many this thing, learn to remain who you are. Because guess what? Don't allow material things to define you. Yes, it's going to change you. You're not used to commanding this kind of, you're not used to this kind of wealth. But I am of the belief, and I like to be in a relationship where I believe a man should lead. Lead in the sense that you have shown me that you are like you're able to navigate those things without me being there. Like I trust your judgment and things like that. So if you come into sudden wealth, this is what my advice will be is please, just because you came into that money does not mean you're the head of the household. That's now how, let me go to our culture. That's not how the Bible said it either. So learn to honor your husband and do not allow material things to define you people. So I would say just treat him like the king, because I believe maybe I'm always trying to stay caution when I'm talking about things like this, because I speak from my own experience. Because I for me, if I come into sudden wealth now, let's say I win, I become a billionaire overnight. Would that change how I treat my husband? No, it wouldn't change how I treat my husband, because you know why? It wouldn't change how I treat my husband, because he was my husband first before the money came in. So he will always be my husband and he's my king. So how I look at him is different from the way I look at money. Maybe because I've got, like, for me, I've defined money doesn't define who I am. So learn not to allow material things define you, because those things can be gone. And at the end of the day, I enjoy this quality time, like making each other a priority for me. Just make this person believe that, oh, listen, you're still my king. You're the one, any decisions we're going to have to make on anything, you're the one that will help make this decision. Like, let's plan. You're the one that is going to come up with such, like, let him lead. And if you're someone that likes being in control, maybe this is the time you need to take a step back and allow him and trust his judgment to lead. But if you marry someone you know you don't trust his judgment, I'm sorry, I can't advise you on that. So when it comes to finance, I'm a big believer of this, and I've said it before. Ask yourself today, if you're able to now work, are you able to maintain the same lifestyle you're living? Like, can you pay your rent? Like, can you pay your mortgage, car notes, all your bills? for 1 year with no problem and still maintain that. If you can say that, you know you're doing good with your savings. And if you cannot answer that question, you need to go back to the drawing board, because I believe in this. I believe in go for things you can afford. I don't believe in robbing Peter to pay Paul in order to impress people. Because guess what? When those bills come, they come on your name and not on the name of those people you're trying to impress. And the stress that comes from not being financially stable is like, I don't want to think about it. That's something I don't like worrying about. And I always encourage people, listen, if you know, for me, if you can put money together and buy a used car, and you know you can afford this used car is 6,000 or whatever, why will you be paying $600 every month for a brand new car? Out of that $600 for 1 year, you've paid for that used car. So learn to like do things differently. Do three things differently. Like the way I look at money, I'm someone that believe in investing, and like I said, generation wealth. And at the same time, if you live in my household, my children has been working since they were 16. 16. They don't have to work. But I wanted my children, for me and my husband, we wanted our children to know the importance of money. That was one thing when we're dating, we talked about. He doesn't want bougie babies, babies that don't like kids that don't know the value of money. So my kids, when they were young, from a young age, when they were teenagers, you have to learn a skill. I said it. My daughter does. She's in med school. She does custom wig, and the other one that is in college, that just went to that is good college this September, is does what nails. And it took me looking into a business. I don't know people spend that much in nails. I have never worn fake nails. That's to tell you how behind I am, because of my job. I wash my hands all the time. And I'm not one that has time for all those things. Like, I don't. I believe in being my natural self. So I will say to you, the best gift you can give to your children is be honest about your finance. Be honest about your finance. If you know you can afford this kind of thing, tell your children you can afford it. Be honest where you are financially. Cut your coats according to your size. Learn to be content. Save, 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 save. If you earn $100, learn to save $40 and plan on $60. That is how it works in my household. I didn't just become that way. I married someone who taught me that. I am someone that when I was younger, I liked spending, spend till I drop. But I married a man that said, no, you will go broke and you'll end up in the streets. And that's why what people don't understand is the more you earn, the more money you're going to spend if you're not in control of of your finances. But if you're in control of your finances, no matter how much you earn and you're used to putting out a certain percentage away, it becomes a habit. So that's one thing marriage has taught me. And that's one thing I believe, like financial stability. Listen, I enjoy it because it gives you this freedom that I cannot describe. So learn to invest and create generation wealth. And it's very important to teach your kids and talk to them about money. And my final submission in terms of what we are talking about when it comes to relationship, this is my final submission. Men will always be men. Sister Yinka said a lot of things that I wanted to check out. Every marriage has its own problems. It's up to you what you want to deal with. If you know you cannot put up with someone, stop wasting their time and stop wasting your time. Because I believe in you cannot give what you don't have. If you're not happy with who you are, you cannot give that happiness. And if you're staying in a marriage because you want your children to have a stable home, you have the wrong reason to be married. Because even those kids will grow up knowing that daddy and mom are not meant for each other. they can't stand each other. So they just stayed in there because they just wanted to fool everybody and give everybody the impression they are married. So let me tell you, these kids we're giving birth to are smart and way ahead of us. Do something because you want to do that thing. Do not do it because of someone else. And that is the only way you can gain the value and access of what you've invested in. So always do something because that's what you want to do and not based on what society or anyone wants to do. Because I'm of the belief if I want to do anything, I don't care what you have to say about it because it makes me happy. I have learned to put myself first before any other person. I have learned to put myself first. So that is the way I work. And I've said it before. When I got married, my husband comes before any other person, including my parents. Because you know what? My parents has lived their life. So now I have to live my life. So if you learn that marriage is a partnership where you both have to put heads together, put your money together and work together, my dear, like I've said, the sky is your limit. Thank you so much. Abby, thank you for moderating today. You did a very good job.
Thank you, Dr. As always. Uncle Dio, can you please close the show for us? Well, obviously before Uncle Ben. Uncle Dio, are you there?
I think Uncle Dayo is gone. It's late in
Dio
Nigeria.
has gone to sleep. Okay, no problem. Uncle Ben, can you just close the show for us? Thank you, everybody, for having me.
Thank you, Abby. Abby, you did a fantastic job. In fact, I've always said that almost all the real fam sisters know how to moderate shows. And I don't even need me say, when I just allow me to do my rant, I will do rant show. So moderation, I go to handle them. Please, everybody, help me give Abby a round of applause. Abby, in fact, Abby shocked me today. And surprisingly, Abby Paddy no even stress Abby today. Chucky was
You see
also
what we're telling
listening.
you about the interview that she'll do a good job? Did you see it now?
No,
Cece,
that one.
Cece, if you're in the background, didn't we say this?
Na lie. That interviewing of Chucky, Abby go frustrate Chucky. No, we go do our own. Abby go do your own. Well, thank you very much, Abby. Thank you, honey babe. Thank you, Dr. Adama.
My
Sister
pleasure.
Yinkus
Thank you, Abby.
baby.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you for moderating. Please, maybe you can do it more when Uncle Ben is not around.
Hey, just say it, honey babe. Just say it. I'm the problem. I know. I'm the problem. I
I
accept.
didn't say that.
Thank you, honey babe. Thank you, Dr. A. We have to go now. I don't want to add anything to what everybody have said today, frankly speaking. Like I've always said on this platform, my job is to bring the topic and then start bass balls and then try to do my own coconut head opinion. And the moment you guys throw my opinion out, like, hey, Okube, no work, I accept my fate. But the bottom line is we are learning. Thank you, Auntie Yinka. Sister Yinka just para today. It's like Sister Yinka just feel like, you know what? I am done. I will just bear my mind. Anyway, Sister Yinka and I we're gonna have a show next week, Tuesday. It's gonna be a fantastic show. I told you guys that I'm always on her channel. She's always dropping the bomb all the time. So she dropped a couple of things, and I'm like, Sister Yinka, come. You need to come and explain all of this. So please watch out for that show next week, Tuesday. I'm going to continue to share her link because we're going to have that show on her channel so we can bring algorithm to that channel. I don't have anything to say, to be frank. I'm just going to go back, watch or listen to the show all over again, and then see what I can extract. But I think as a result of today's show, I think it's time I actually anchor that show, the one income household. Maybe if we share our experiences, it can help a lot of people. My beautiful sister, film girl for the first time, film girl hang out with us today all through. Just because say I start my coconut head, your husband is your boss. We go just feel like no way. Me and Uncle Ben go enter on today. For those who don't know, film girl, CC, Adama, Sister Natu, these are my sisters. We stack bass both together all the way from Obodo Yimbo to Man of Prestige. They always come after me. I don't know what I do them. Eh? And still they like me so much. They go just fight me today. Tomorrow they go hug me again. I no go change. I'll continue to be coconut head. Thank you, film girl. We love you. Uncle Dayo, we so much appreciate you. In fact, I think we have to give Uncle Dayo data. It's not easy. Uncle Dayo will join us all the way from Nigeria and spend hours with us. Uncle Dayo, I know say you be rich man, no, but I think the UB house, we have to donate data to you. Thank you very, very much. All right, Abby. Oh, my baby
Yeah.
girl, Abby. Abby, you deserve Don Pedro.
I don't want Dom Pedro. I want original Dom Perignon. I don't want Dom. I don't know what Dom Pedro is.
Don Perignon. Don where the Perry. No,
Perignon, I
you
want
cannot
Dom
be
Pedro.
you cannot be drinking anything that comes with Perry. You need Don Pedro.
I don't
Eh?
want.
Don Pedro is one of the fantastic drink in Mexico. You know, I live in Texas, so with the see some Mexican drink here, Don Pedro is what I'm gonna give you. You did a fantastic. In fact, it be like I said, we need to create your own segment for you because sometimes it's like your view and my view, you know, they tally. This your Gen Z energy with all the brains and everything where you carry. I think you deserve your own show, but we need to now talk. Make it no be say show where you go do now to come begin they fight me and my brotherhood.
Uncle Ben, that's not true. We just have a different perspective on the same thing based off of our different generations. It's not like we go against
Yes,
each other, really, if you think about it.
I know, and it's because it is like that because your generation no they listing. Your
Okay,
generation are too stubborn. I know they listing. I heard
okay,
you say
okay.
earlier, I don't understand. I told my parents, you guys and my daddy felt. I wish daddy if give you backhand slap without you guys. Eh? My daughter did that with me. I almost lose my shit. Say, what? Who is you? Abori, you know? But it's all good. It's all good because I won't lie to you. I'm learning so much from you too. You, D, all the sisters, you know. I'm really, really catching up so far. Even though I know they give me credit, I did learn so much now. I
I
learned
know we give
gaslighting from
you
you
all
people,
the time. We
and now
have
I
to.
know they give me
That's why
credit.
that's why we're here, Uncle Ben. Some things are just better left unsaid. But really and truly,
Oh, see
for me,
you. See my film girl, don't vex, give us money. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Thank you, film girl. You see, film girl MC say I need to give Abby Don Pedro. Yes. All right, we got to go, Abby. But I really appreciate what you did today. You know, one thing I do believe in is that anybody you can become anything. I tell people all the time, when it comes to content creation and running commentary, I always tell them that look, just look at me. I am not fluent, but still, with my coconut head, I did this table every day at the go live. They blow my own grammar. How much more on we be say English sweet for an amount? Eh? And when I get knowledge, you know so many things that now can teach other people. All you got to do is just turn up your mic and talk. We are in the era of faceless channel. You can even do a lot of show without showing your face. So far, you dish out something people can learn from it. It's cool. Because me, I'm learning. Oh, I don't learn from una where. I learn gaslighting from na. I learn chauvinistic from na. Which one be that chauvinistic again? People where they open door for woman. I've learned a lot, and that's the beauty of being on social media. So thank you, Abby. In fact, when I don't show me another thing. So most time where we go live now, if we have hot topic to cover, I think I know Dr. Adama, that one chief host herself. She's so good at it. The person where I never try with hosting, na Sisi. I think I could drag Sisi can do hosting one day so that anytime we have a great topic, you guys can just handle it. The beautiful thing is that I have a system at home that controls everything. So even if I'm traveling, if I'm going anywhere, people can always have their own. So thank you, Abby. I appreciate you, Mama. That
thank you.
Chucky, my brother. Yeah, thank you. That Chucky, my brother. Thank you very much. Oh wow, Sister Yinkus. $10 long. It be like say I go become a $10 with this YouTube. Oh. This money they sweet. Thank you, Sister Yinka. God bless you. We don't take this for granted. Thank you. All right, so guys, watch out for Chucky and I. Chucky and I, we're gonna have a show we call Men Hangout. I will be interested in. I have so many questions for my brother Chucky because one thing I love about Chucky is that Chucky is just like me. He knows how to relate with women. And that is one thing you can notice with men who truly don't understand what marriage means. They can relate with any women without offending those women, and they can carry on conversation with them. Chucky has been, since Chucky came on this platform, she has been one of our strong brother who also bring it 100. So Chucky and I, we're gonna have men hangout. We're gonna discuss about some of the challenges we also treated today. Chucky's been married for 18 good years now, and you can tell my brother is doing good. Whenever Chucky speaks, you can tell that this man they relax, even though he get grown up kid. So we're gonna talk about so many things. Now, when I'm hosting Chucky, I don't want us to do bass boost. Because at that time, una go say una no gree, una must come join the conversation. It's going to be a brotherhood conversation. Chucky will bear his mind, I will bear his mind, my mind. What we think about you sisters, we will discuss it. How una take the frustrators for this abroad, we will discuss it. How we navigated abroad and how by grace of God we were able to find balance, we will discuss it. And if Abi venture put mouth, wahala go day that day. So the people who will not come to the studio that day, I think Abi na number one. Abi must not come to the studio that day. CC, CC, they behave like Gen Z. CC will not be in the studio. But let's watch out for that. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you all in the next one. I really appreciate you, everybody. Who else have I not really appreciated? People plenty. We don't join this show. We don't come out today. Cool Mama, the late comer. Yes, Cool Mama. You own real farm. 1 bottle of Dom Pedro. I gotta go now. Thank you. I don't take this for granted. God bless you all.
From nightlife to Vegas, the lights are bright. Champagne popping under the neon night. I swear be shining gold and white. Laughter louder than the city's height. We are step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Night out to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. There's a heat, but we bring the rain. Palm wine vibes in a champagne lane. Jollof aroma drives me insane. Culture's a wave you can't contain. Raise your hands if you feel alive. Heartbeat matching the drum's drive. Boy, I step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Night out to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. Dollars flying, catch a dream. Vegas night's a movie scene. From Lagos hustle to the strips gleam. This wedding's a vibe like you've never seen. We are step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Night out to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. Dollars flying, catch your dream. Vegas night's a movie scene. From Lagos hustle to the strips gleam. This wedding's a vibe like you've never seen. Oh yeah, step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Night out to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow.